Chapter 1890. We've finally arrived at Celestial Dragon City. The four figures brought with them a supreme might and a shocking speed. They did not hide at all as they directly leaped over the city walls and entered Heavenly Dragon City from the sky. There was a rule in Sky Dragon City that anyone who wanted to enter the city was not allowed to fly in the sky. They had to enter through the city gate because the city lord of Sky Dragon City was a peerless expert with great strength and enough deterrence. Naturally, no one dared to violate such a rule and offend a peerless expert. Even a peerless expert like Sun Jin didn't want to offend the city lord because the city lord was very mysterious. He was at least of the second refinement, maybe even stronger. But at this time, there were actually four people who didn't follow the rules set by the city lord and tried to challenge the prestige of the city lord. Immediately, the sword guards of Sky Dragon City were shocked and angry. One by one, they flew into the sky and quickly surrounded the four people. "Stop!" shouted the commander of Celestial Dragon Sword Guards. His terrifying chi, which belonged to a peak 9-star saint, attacked the four silhouettes in the sky. "Ants!" A high and mighty voice rang out, and an aura crashed down like a meteor. With a bang, the Sky Dragon Sword Guard commander, who had soared into the sky, was directly hit and fell down at an even faster speed. He broke through the solid streets of the city and smashed into the city, causing a commotion in all directions. Many houses collapsed, and the destruction was intense. This was just a casual attack from a peerless expert. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in Celestial Dragon City? Another two tyrannical chi broke through the limits of time and space. These were the chi of peerless experts. Then, two silhouettes appeared and blocked the path of the four celestial generals. Their faces were gloomy and filled with anger. "You're just two people who have just reached the first refinement. Get lost or you'll die," said Zhang Wuming, who was one of the four celestial generals. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the two peerless experts. The terrifying chi of the two peerless experts spread out and covered the entire area. Many people on the ground moved away and looked at the sky in fear. In the soaring dragon pavilion, which was still some distance away, Chumu and Kong Lu both felt the powerful collision aura. The two of them glanced at each other and quickly went to the top of the soaring dragon pavilion to look over. With their eyesight, they naturally saw the faces of the six people. When they saw Zhang Wuming, Chu Mu and Kong Lu's expressions changed. When they saw the other three people with similar auras standing with Zhang Wuming, their expressions turned grave. 4 of the 5 celestial generals under Zhan Wang are here. Kong Lu transmitted his voice to Chu Mu. 3 of them are at the first refinement, and 1 is at the initial stage of the second refinement. Wang. Chu Mu nodded and didn't say anything. "Come, the city's chi," said Kong Lu said. And apart from the mysterious Zhan Wang, there were 2 more experts. "Celestial Dragon City is SSS," said Kong Lu said. "Get out of my way, and I'll spare your lives." Zhan Wuji took a step forward, and the terrifying chi of the peak of the first refinement descended. The sky changed color, and the clouds surged. It was as if a giant beast was roaring in the void, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, wanting to destroy everything. Under the impact of the powerful chi of the peak of the first refinement, the expressions of the 2 experts from the Zhan Wang changed drastically. They unconsciously took a step back. They had just entered the first refinement and had just stabilized. The difference between them and the peak of the first refinement was very obvious. Even if the 2 of them worked together to set up a battle formation, they might not be a match for the other party. Moreover, there were 4 people on the other side. 3 of them were at the first refinement, and the last one was unfathomable. He gave them an even more dangerous feeling, and was at least at the second refinement. However, they belonged to the Zhan Wang side and were experts under the Zhan Wang. How could they retreat in front of outsiders? He stood firm and refused to retreat even if he had to die. His eyes were burning with determination. Both of you step back. At that moment, a majestic and deep voice rang out in the sky. It came from all directions and brought with it a terrifying pressure. It was as if the sky was covered by dark clouds and the clouds were surging. Lightning flashed. With a single word, the sky and earth changed. What a terrifying power! For heavenly generals of the imperial court, I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. However, my rules cannot be violated. If you step back now, I will not pursue this matter any further. The majestic and deep voice said. Thunder clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning wreaked havoc. It was as if lightning dragons were shuttling through the clouds. As the voice rose and fell, it was extremely powerful. The 4 heavenly generals of the imperial court immediately became serious. They all knew that Sky Dragon City had a powerful Zhanwang. However, they did not know how powerful he was because he was very mysterious. Now, although they had not seen the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang, they knew that the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang was extremely powerful just by hearing his voice. He was definitely not someone they could compare to. Even their big brother, Zhan Wukong, was not a match for him. Perhaps only the powerful Lord Zhanwang could suppress the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang. In the distance, Chu Mu and Kong Lu's expressions changed the moment they heard the voice. Powerful! He was really too powerful. He was so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. I originally thought that no matter how mysterious the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang was, his strength would only be at the peak of the 2nd refinement. Now, it seems like that is not the case. Perhaps he is already 1 step away from the 3rd refinement. He might even have reached the 3rd refinement. Kong Lu exhaled and transmitted his voice. Peerless experts were divided into the 5 refinements. The difference in strength between each refinement was very obvious. The further one went, the harder it was to improve. That was because the difficulty of refining the power of laws was at least 10 times more difficult. Therefore, in the Deep Blue world, the 3rd refinement peerless experts were the leaders of the major forces. For example, Zhanwang was a 3rd refinement peerless expert. Of course, there were also 4th refinement peerless experts. However, such existences basically lived in seclusion. They were all pursuing a higher level, the peak of the peerless experts, the 5th refinement. As for those who had already reached the 5th refinement, they were pursuing an even higher level, the Saint Emperor. Therefore, 3rd refinement peerless experts were already very rare and powerful existences. Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang. The 4 of us are under the orders of Lord Zhanwang to capture the murderer of our imperial court's disciples. The murderer and his accomplice are now in your Sky Dragon City. Zhan Wuying took a step forward. The powerful aura of the early 2nd refinement spread out. Although it could not be compared to the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang, it was still powerful. His battle intent soared. He shouted without fear, I hope Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang will not stop us. Otherwise, Lord Zhanwang's anger will not be easy to bear. For a moment, the mysterious Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang, who had not shown himself, actually went silent. The atmosphere was very oppressive. It was very uncomfortable and difficult to breathe. After 10 breaths, the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang spoke again. 4 heavenly generals of the imperial court, the 4 of you will leave Sky Dragon City now. If the 2 people you're talking about are in Sky Dragon City, I will also chase them out of the city. If you have any grudges, settle them outside Sky Dragon City. Do not cause any damage to the city. Otherwise, I will have a taste of Lord Zhanwang's methods. The Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang's voice became deeper and deeper. Very well. Remember what you said. Zhan Wuying was not afraid at all. He knew how strong Lord Zhanwang was. He also knew that Sky Dragon City could not be compared to the imperial court's Zhanwang. Once the 4 heavenly generals joined forces and set up a battle formation. Even if they were not a match for the Sky Dragon City's Zhanwang, They should be able to resist for a while. Let's go. The moment he finished speaking, Zhan Wuying and the other three quickly retreated out of Heavenly Dragon City. However, the four of them quickly spread out in the sky above Heavenly Dragon City. Their goal was to prevent Chu-Mu and Kong Lu from escaping. Are the two of you going to leave by yourselves, or do you need me to chase you out? After the four heavenly generals left Sky Dragon City, the Sky Dragon City's Zhan Wang spoke again. He did not mention any names and did not purposely target anyone. However, everyone knew that the Sky Dragon City's Zhan Wang was talking to the four heavenly generals. Brother, since they do not welcome us, let's go. Kong Lu said indifferently. All right. Chu-Mu replied. Immediately, the two of them flew into the sky and turned into two rays of light, flying towards Zhan Wuming's direction at high speed. Among the four heavenly generals, Zhan Wuming was the weakest. He was at the middle level of the first refining and was very close to the advanced level. He was naturally the best choice to break through. The Sky Dragon City's Zhan Wang did not show himself, nor did he try to stop them. To him, as long as they did not destroy Sky Dragon City, everything else did not matter to him. That's him. Sun Jin raised his head and locked onto Chu-Mu's figure. His eyes shone with a frightening sharpness and a hint of bloodlust. Immediately he moved as well. He shuttled through the streets at an extremely fast speed, heading in the direction Chu-Mu had left. Stop the two of them, Zhan Wuing said. At the same time, he turned into a shadow and shuttled through the cracks in the void. He quickly chased after Chu-Mu and Kong Lu. At the same time, Zhan Wuji and Zhan Wushuang also gave chase at full speed. Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a cold smile. He released his powerful aura without holding back. He put on silver-black metal gloves on his hands. As he opened and closed his fingers, strands of silver-black light filled the air. They turned into silk threads and shot in all directions. They shuttled through the air and weaved into a huge net, covering an area of 10,000 meters. He did not need to deal with Chu-Mu and Kong Lu directly. He only needed to stop them for a while. At that time, the other three heavenly generals would catch up and join forces with him. The four of them would form an encirclement and set up a battle formation. Then, they would be able to kill both Chu-Mu and Kong Lu. Do you want to know more about the exciting happenings of the Lone God of the Sword? Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right. Choose to add a public account in Add Friends. Search for Kitty and Hongwen Wang and follow the public account. You will never miss another update. Dread. Chapter 1891. A few 100,000 meters could be traversed by a peerless expert in just a few breaths. Zhan Wuing, Zhan Wuji, and Zhan Wushuang approached from three different directions at an astonishing speed. Zhan Wuming's hands, which were covered with silver-black gloves, were still moving. His 10 fingers left afterimages in the air, looking very mysterious. The silver-black net in the void was completely woven, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. It also extended forward, gradually forming a hemispherical structure that enveloped Chu-Mu and Kong Lu. The large net woven from silver-black threads had a sticky power that seemed to freeze the void within its range. Chu-Mu and Kong Lu's flying speed was immediately affected, as if they had fallen into a swamp. This large net actually had the astonishing power to affect space. Kong Lu's eyes shot out a sharp and cold silver light. His entire body exuded an extremely ethereal aura that was difficult to detect. Immediately, he waved his sleeves, and an irresistible force wrapped around Chu-Mu's body. That force was so ethereal. Before Chu-Mu had time to carefully sense it, he felt as if he had entered a void crack. His surroundings were pitch black and grotesque. Countless specks of light were like vortexes. In just an instant, they broke free from the darkness, but the large silver-black net was left behind. The large net woven by Zhan Wuming could indeed affect space, but his strength was too low. Even with the help of the secret treasure gloves, he could not reach the second refinement level. Without the power of the second refinement, he naturally could not pose the slightest threat to Kong Lu. With a spatial leap, he directly broke free from the restriction of the large net. Damn it! Zhang Wuming's face was ferocious. He had not expected that his all-out attack would not be able to stop the other party at all. In a rage, he clawed at the air with both hands, as if he wanted to tear two pieces of flesh from the sky. A pair of silver-black claws appeared in the air and viciously clawed at Chumu and Kong Lu. The silver-black giant claw released an astonishing sharpness. It was so sharp that it could easily pierce through the void. The claw left a series of faint black scratches in the space. The space under the claw was also clearly affected. It became sticky like a swamp. Break! Kong Lu let out a low roar. Without making a move, the power of the void descended, and the two silver-black claws instantly disintegrated into nothingness. At this moment, Zhang Wuing and the other two had also caught up. Sun Jin was shuttling through Sky Dragon City rapidly and was about to rush out of the city. Chase! We can't let them escape. Kong Lu can be spared, but Chu Mu must die. The goal of the four of them was very clear. If possible, Kong Lu would of course also stay behind. However, it was obvious that Kong Lu's strength was at the second refinement, and he was also proficient in the law of space. It would be difficult for them to set up a battle formation to trap him. Since that was the case, they had to make a choice. Their primary target was Chumu. Just kill Chumu. As for Kong Lu, he definitely didn't have the courage to be enemies with the imperial dynasty. Chumu and Kong Lu escaped while Zhang Wuing and the four heavenly generals chased after them. Soon, they were far away from Sky Dragon City. Many people in Sky Dragon City only retracted their gazes when they could no longer see them. However, they were all very excited. Usually, peerless experts were very rare. Most people wouldn't be able to see a peerless expert in their entire lives. At most, they would only hear about some legends. However, today, they didn't see any peerless experts. Moreover, there was more than one of them. There were two peerless experts in Sky Dragon City. One was the four heavenly generals of the ancient and mysterious imperial dynasty. The other two were peerless experts who were being chased by the four heavenly generals of the imperial dynasty. There was a total of 8 of them. Don't forget that there was still the Sky Dragon City Lord. As people of Sky Dragon City, they had a sense of belonging to Sky Dragon City from the bottom of their hearts. The stronger Sky Dragon City was, the stronger the sense of honor in their hearts would be. They also knew that there was a peerless expert in Sky Dragon City. He was very mysterious and almost never showed himself. However, his influence was very widespread and had been passed down from generation to generation. Today, the Sky Dragon City Lord didn't show himself, but spoke. His voice was very powerful. Even the four heavenly generals of the imperial dynasty didn't dare to be enemies with him. Both sides reached a compromise. The imperial dynasty was a superforce that was even more ancient and powerful than Sky Dragon City. No one thought that the Sky Dragon City Lord was wrong. On the contrary, they felt that the Sky Dragon City Lord was thinking for Sky Dragon City and its countless citizens. High up in the sky, 2 streams of light of different colors flashed past. Behind them, for streams of light were chasing after them. Chu Mu's strength wasn't as strong as Kong Lu's. Furthermore, Kong Lu cultivated the Tao of space. Hence, his flying speed was much faster than ordinary second refinement experts. The two of them flew side by side. Chu Mu was already doing his best, but Kong Lu was very relaxed. The 4 figures chasing behind him were constantly closing in. The 4 of them were scattered in 4 different directions. The fighting intent on their bodies surged and miraculously blended together, causing their speed to be shared. On average, they were even faster than Chu Mu at full speed. "Brother, if we continue, I'm afraid we'll be caught," Kong Lu said. "Why don't I bring you away?" With Kong Lu's strength, he could indeed bring Chu Mu to fly faster. However, that would consume even more of his strength. If they encountered any accidents, it would be very dangerous. Brother Kong Lu, since the four of them are chasing us, why don't we kill them? Chu Mu's eyes flashed with killing intent. I'd like to, but with just the two of us, we might not be able to kill them. Kong Lu laughed. He didn't want to be enemies with the imperial court, but at this moment, the situation was different. He treated Chu Mu as a good friend and was also one of the four heavenly generals chasing after him. Brother Kong Lu, can you stop the two strongest of them? Chu Mu asked. Brother, are you confident? Kong Lu's eyes lit up. The two weakest should be 70 to 80%, Chu Mu said. All right, today we'll kill the four heavenly generals of the imperial court. Kong Lu laughed. Soon after, with a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force wrapped around Chu Mu. Chu Mu's speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he quickly left. Damn it! How can he be so fast? Don't worry, Kong Lu is using his own strength to carry Chu Mu. It won't last long. The four heavenly generals continued to chase like four mad dogs. After a while, they saw two figures. It was Chu Mu and Kong Lu. Do you know that you can't escape? The four heavenly generals sneered and flew over. Kong Lu waved his sleeves, causing the power of space to descend from the sky and suppress Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji. That was enough to break the connection between the four of them, causing their bodies to tremble and their speed to plummet. Chu Mu attacked at the same time. Sword light was shocking as it pierced through the air towards Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming. Ants. Zhan Wushuang sneered and threw out a punch. It was so powerful that it could shatter heaven and earth. The sword light was shattered by his punch. Zhan Wuming grabbed the sword light with one hand and crushed it as if he was grabbing the weak spot of a snake. Since the two swords had no effect, Chu Mu immediately turned around and burst forth with full speed. He quickly ran into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he charged into a valley ahead. Chase! Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming chased after him. Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji were stopped by Kong Lu. The battle formation formed by the five heavenly generals was powerful. It could be formed by 4, 3, or 2 people. However, the fewer people there were, the weaker it was. At this moment, Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji formed a battle formation. Their strength increased, and they started to fight with Kong Lu. However, they needed to be at least at the peak of the second refining to deal with Kong Lu. One of them was at the initial stage of the second refining, while the other was at the peak of the first refining. No matter how powerful their battle formation was, it could only be at the peak of the initial stage of the second refining. It was obvious that they were suppressed by Kong Lu. Kong Lu, you dare to go against the imperial court? Zhan Wuying's face was ugly. This change was out of their expectations. He was shocked and furious. If the 4 of them formed a battle formation, their strength would reach the peak of the second refining and be able to suppress Kong Lu. Now that they were separated, the battle formation with only 2 of them was obviously not powerful enough. You talk too much, Kong Lu said indifferently. He didn't show any mercy, and cracks appeared in the sky. He didn't want to go against the imperial court, but they were too arrogant, forcing him to attack. Since he had already attacked, even if he showed mercy, the imperial court wouldn't be grateful. On the contrary, they would send more experts to kill him. If the 5 heavenly generals of the imperial court attacked, he wouldn't be their match. Since that was the case, he might as well weaken the imperial court's strength. The battle formation formed by Zhan Wuji and Zhan Wuying was only at the peak of the initial stage of the second refining, but its defense was outstanding. For a while, they could still defend against Kong Lu's attacks. They wouldn't be defeated immediately. However, if they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, they would die sooner or later. On the other side, Chu Mu had already entered the valley. Huge trees supported the sky, verdant and lush, stretching for an unknown distance. Chu Mu, don't even think about escaping. Zhan Wuming's words were filled with killing intent. Soon after, Chu Mu's sprinting figure stopped and landed on an empty space outside the valley forest. His two swords hung down naturally, and his eyes were bright as he looked at Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming. You know you can't escape, so you want to fight to the death? I'll give you this chance. Zhan Wushuang scoffed coldly. Chu Mu didn't say anything. It was meaningless to say anything now. He might as well kill the two of them with his swords. A steady and sharp aura spread out, startling the surroundings. Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming had a tacit understanding. They each took a step forward. Suddenly, a buzzing sound seemed to be heard. Between the two of them, power surged. The waves were the same, as if they were about to combine into one. Chapter 1892. Chu Mu, today there is nowhere for you to run. Zhan Wuming's aura was shocking, as if he had summoned the power of heaven and earth. He roared and charged toward Chu Mu. Zhan Wuming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light. With an extremely fierce aura, his silver-black claws grabbed toward Chu Mu's head. The power of this claw had exceeded Zhan Wuming's intermediate first refinement. It had reached the advanced first refinement and was close to the peak of the advanced first refinement. If it had been before, Chu Mu would not have been able to resist this attack. However, it was different now. After refining the Black Dragon King blood pill, Chu Mu's sacred body reached the peak of the 9th rank. His strength greatly increased. In the soaring dragon pavilion, in a short few days, with the help of the airflow, Chu Mu quickly grasped the explosive increase in the sacred body strength and completely transformed it into strength. This allowed his strength to break through his original limits and reach an even higher level. To ensure a sure kill when Zhan Wuming attacked, Zhan Wushuang also took a big step forward. His fighting spirit was shocking, and he was unparalleled. He threw out a punch. The punch was earth-shattering, and the void shook. It was as if an ancient beast was roaring. 2 of the 5 heavenly generals of the imperial court had joined forces to attack. Chu Mu's expression turned solemn. His sword-wielding hands moved slowly. He instantly accelerated. The sword light was like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. It slashed down instantly. Chu Mu was not afraid at all in a head-on clash. The crescent moon-like sword light collided with the silver-black claws and the sky-shattering fist. It paused for a moment before it shattered. The energy from the explosion spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc. The ground shook and shattered. Cracks spread out for hundreds of meters. The sand and stones within the range were all turned into dust. Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang were both stunned. They had not expected that Chu Mu would be able to fight against them with their battle formation. It seemed that he was not at a disadvantage. This is impossible. Zhan Wuming screamed. He knew very well that not long ago he had chased after Chu Mu. At that time, Chu Mu was fast, but he couldn't last long. Moreover, his strength couldn't be compared to Zhan Wuming's. Only 20 days had passed, and Chu Mu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. How could this be possible? However, that was the truth. While Zhan Wuming was shocked, his killing intent poured out like the waters of the sea. Zhan Wushuang also realized something, and his killing intent surged. Both of them unleashed their full strength without holding back. Such a person's strength increased so much in such a short time, so he definitely couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, as time went on, he would become even stronger and might threaten the imperial dynasty. No matter what, even if he had to pay a certain price, he had to kill the other party and eliminate all future troubles. Incomparably sharp killing intent surged out from Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming without holding back. Chu Mu could clearly feel it, but his expression did not change at all. When he made up his mind to take the other party's life, nothing else mattered anymore. Without waiting for the two of them to attack again, Chu Mu drew his sword. The domineering sword light slashed through the sky, and tore the earth apart. The shocking killing intent didn't hold back at all as it killed Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming. "You're courting death!" The two of them roared and attacked. Their fists and claws clashed, and it was as if a demonic dragon was roaring, wanting to destroy the world. With the two swords in his hands and the heart sword as one, everything within a 20-meter radius was under Chu Mu's control. This was a power of the heart, a realm of the heart. Like a reflection in a mirror, it was fine and clear. Although Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming's attacks were powerful, their trajectories were all under Chu Mu's control. As his body swayed, he became one with his sword. The two swords in his hands seemed to reflect light. In a flash, they actually passed through the two's fists and claws and went for their foreheads. Once they hit, the terrifying sharpness would definitely pierce through their foreheads and injure their primordial spirits. "Fight! Fight!" Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming both roared. Instantly, a terrifying battle intent surged out from their bodies. The monstrous battle intent surged and surged. Endless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered and quickly combined with their own strength. It condensed into a solid state and stuck to their bodies. In the blink of an eye, a set of black armor appeared on their bodies. It covered their heads and protected their foreheads. The two-sword light instantly hit their foreheads, but it was blocked by the black armor. Before it could break through, Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang quickly retreated and attacked with their fists and claws. Sky-splitting claw. Zhan Wuming roared and his silver-black claws clawed at Chu Mu. The clouds in the sky surged and a pitch-black vortex appeared. As it spun rapidly, an arm quickly stretched out. The arm was dozens of meters thick and was completely black. It was covered in scales and looked like the claw of a demon. It tore through the sky and grabbed at the air. A terrifying cold aura, enhanced by the battle intent, was even more powerful. It mercilessly grabbed at Chu Mu. Mountain-shattering fist. Countless black lights quickly gathered on Zhan Wushuang's fists. A black illusory mountain suddenly appeared. Then it collapsed and turned into a terrifying force. Every strike seemed to be able to crack the earth and shatter the mountain. Although the name of the mountain-shattering fist did not sound as shocking as the sky-splitting claw, its power was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. At the end of the day, Zhan Wushuang's strength was above Zhan Wuming's. This was the difference in their foundation. This was a killing move. Its power was unparalleled and shocking. Cutting Dao. Piercing cloud. In an instant, Chu Mu struck with both swords. Each of them displayed a different sword style. The power was concentrated and exploded. The sword cut Dao, cutting through all hardness. It collided with the mountain-shattering fist. The sword pierced through the clouds, piercing through the void. It collided with the sky-splitting claw. Under the collision, the overly powerful force caused the space to solidify in an instant. Even time seemed to be affected and came to a standstill. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying force erupted. Time seemed to have collapsed, and the space also shattered, turning into numerous black holes that emitted a frightening aura. The two-sword light shattered at the same time. The mountain-shattering fist and the sky-splitting claw also shattered at the same time. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. The sword light and the claw fist radiance wreaked havoc in all directions, spreading out for thousands of meters. Cracks in the space distorted. Under the collision of the two moves, the yuan qi of heaven and earth went berserk and chaotic. Chu Mu's eyes lit up as if he had grasped an opportunity. He raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. Then he lowered his sword and pointed it at the ground. Heavenly saint, formless. Earth saint, ancient form. Human saint, true form. As if he was chanting, his voice gradually became louder and louder. It resounded between heaven and earth, causing the yuan qi to go berserk. However, it gradually became orderly. Heaven unleashes murderous intent. Earth unleashes murderous calamity. Gather the power of heaven and earth in my body. It was as if his words were the law. Under his command, the berserk yuan qi of heaven and earth rushed towards Chu Mu. The yuan qi condensed into thousands of dragons, roaring endlessly. The sky changed color. Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming's faces changed drastically. They looked extremely grim. This power was starting to make their hearts palpitate. Kill him. We can't let him finish his move. Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming screamed. They slammed their palms on their chests. The sound was like the sound of a beating drum. They spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and their faces turned pale. The essence blood exploded in front of them, turning into a bloody mist. Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming immediately extended their hands into the bloody mist. As the bloody mist surged, the two of them performed their moves again. Sky-shattering fist. Zhan Wushuang's black hair fluttered. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he looked like a demon. Destruction claw. Zhan Wuming clawed out. The pitch-black claw tore the sky apart. The 1,000-meter-long spatial crack was like the mouth of an ancient beast that wanted to devour everything. A gigantic, pitch-black claw stretched out from the spatial crack. Black smoke swirled around it, and a destructive aura spread out in all directions like a storm. At the same time, human saint true form. My sword unleashes murderous intent. Heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity style. His move was completed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a bolt of lightning had appeared in heaven and earth. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the sky from top to bottom with Chu Mu's body as the core. The two swords emitted an indescribable light. The light was so bright that Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang closed their eyes instantly. The two-sword light tore through the void silently and shot towards Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang, respectively. Far away in the sky above the valley, Kong Lu, Zhan Wuying, and Zhan Wuji also felt the terrifying power and murderous intent from the two swords. You still have this move. Kong Lu smiled. Damn it. Kong Lu, move away immediately. Otherwise, the imperial court will not rest until you are dead. Zhan Wuying's expression changed drastically as he threatened. Kong Lu smiled faintly. He did not say a word, but he increased the power of his attack. He suppressed Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji so that they could not leave at all. Die. The two indescribable sword light shot towards Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang at a terrifying speed. It was too fast, and they were suppressed by the heavens and earth. They were instantly trapped on the spot, unable to move an inch. The black armor on their bodies could only withstand the sword light for a short while before it was mercilessly cut open. Then, Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang's bodies were also cut open without any resistance. Terrifying power erupted, directly tearing their bodies to pieces. Their souls had just flown out of their bodies, but when they wanted to leave, they were restrained for a moment before being ravaged by the remaining power of the two strands of sword light, tearing them to pieces. All that was left were two extremely miserable cries. When the screams reached Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji's ears, they trembled and went crazy. Zhan Wushuang and Zhan Wuming were both killed. The last shrill screams came from the two of them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Kong Lu, you are all going to die. In their madness, Zhan Wuying and Zhan Wuji exploded with even more power. Chapter 1893. Huff! Huff! The sound of heavy breathing was like a bellows being pulled to its maximum. Streams of white air flowed in and out of Chu Mu's mouth and nose. The chaotic qi of heaven and earth gradually calmed down. They saw that Chu Mu's skin, which was exposed outside of his robe, had a faint red color, like the cracks on porcelain. His body, which was covered by the robe, was full of such marks, and they were fading little by little. Heavenly slaughter, Earthly Calamity Sword Style. This sword was the most powerful sword that Chu Mu had ever created and mastered. Originally, Chu Mu's Heaven's Might Sword Style was the most powerful sword he had mastered. However, after Chu Mu obtained the Three Saint Secret Sword of the Three Saint Sects, he completely comprehended it. He then spent some time modifying it, replacing the power of laws with true intent and making it more suitable for himself. This took him several years. Although he had spent a lot of time on it, Chu Mu was able to create a sword move like the Heavenly Slaughter, Earthly Calamity Sword Style in one fell swoop. Of the Three Saint Secret Swords, the Human Saint True Image Sword was the weakest, the Earth Saint Ancient Image Sword was the strongest, and the Heaven Saint Formless Sword was the strongest. However, after Chu Mu completely comprehended the essence and modified it, he had a sudden inspiration and went against the grain. He created the Heavenly Slaughter and Earthly Calamity Sword Style that focused on humans. He believed that the earth was vast and the sky was high and far, but humans were in it. They should be born in the world, rise in the world, and eventually transcend the world. Therefore, the Tao of Tao, the Tao of Heaven, and the Human Tao. The Human Tao was the most important, and the Tao of Heaven was the auxiliary. With this as the core, he created the Heavenly Slaughter and Earthly Calamity Sword Style. It was a sword of humanity, and its power was extremely strong. The heaven emits killing intent. The true meaning of Qi, the earth induces killing calamity. The true meaning of vibration. The man condenses killing intent. The true meaning of slash. Between heaven and earth and man, between heaven and earth, man. The true meaning of vibration slash, with the true meaning of sword as the root, man himself as the carrier, and the sword as the medium. He transformed the terrifying power of heaven and earth into a killing move and released it. The true intent of sword, true intent of Qi, true intent of shock, and true intent of slash. Compared to the Heaven's Might Sword Style, there was an additional true intent, and its power was many times stronger than the Heaven's Might Sword Style. Previously, in the battle with Dozi of the Black-White Round Palace, Chu Mu did not use the Heavenly Slaughter and Earthly Calamity Sword Style because, although this move was created by him, it was not perfect enough. There were two ways to use this move. The first was to store up power, spending a certain amount of time to gather power and draw in the power of the sky and earth. Usually, doing this would take a dozen breaths of time, which was enough time for experts to react. The second method was the same as before, using a fierce battle to cause the Qi of heaven and earth to become chaotic. After reaching a certain level, Chu Mu could directly absorb it. There was no need to accumulate power like the first method. It could be completed in an instant and released the Heaven Kill and Earth Calamity Sword Style. But no matter which method it was, there was a drawback, and that was the ability of one's body to withstand the power. The Human Tao Sword Style required one's body to withstand the power of heaven and earth. If one's body was not strong enough, it would not be able to withstand the power and would collapse. Therefore, Chu Mu did not dare to use it before. He only dared to try it after refining the Black Dragon King Blood Elixir and raising his divine body to the peak of level 9. The result was obvious. The power of the Heaven Kill and Earth Calamity Sword Style was indeed terrifying. It directly killed Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang. After Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang set up the battle formation, their average strength had reached the peak of the advanced first refinement. Chu Mu's strength was only at the advanced first refinement, but the power of the Heaven Kill and Earth Calamity Sword Style was at the peak of the first refinement. It could even make an ordinary beginner's second refinement feel threatened. Such a powerful power naturally caused serious damage to Chu Mu's divine body. It was almost shattered. Fortunately, the vitality of his divine body was several times stronger than that of an ordinary peak level 9. In addition, with the help of the vitality of the wood aspect origin, it was constantly released to make up for the damage. Although it did not collapse, it was obvious that it was injured. With Chu Mu's current powerful vitality, he could regrow a broken finger in a few breaths of time. Now the injuries in his body had spread to every part of his body. His body was on the verge of collapsing. More than 10 breaths of time had passed, but it still had not healed. This showed how serious the injuries were. Now, Chu Mu was at his weakest. Fortunately, Kong Lu had suppressed Zhan Wuji and Zhan Wuying. Although a peerless expert at the peak of the second refinement might not be able to do anything to Kong Lu, it was thanks to his mastery of the space Tao. Kong Lu's strength was only at the middle of the second refinement. Therefore, he could only suppress the combined battle formation of Zhan Wuji and Zhan Wuying, but he could not kill them. However, he had bought enough time for Chu Mu to recover. At this time, Sun Jin had already left Sky Dragon City and was rushing over. When the Heaven Kill and Earth Calamity sword style exploded, he had felt a small part of it. He only felt that it was powerful, but did not take it to heart. After all, he was far away and the power was not obvious. After refining the Black Dragon King Blood Pill, I'll refine you and improve my spiritual body, Sun Jin thought. Second brother, go. I'll stop him. Zhan Wuji transmitted his voice to Zhan Wuying. Immediately, a terrifying battle intent exploded from Zhan Wuji's body. It was almost tangible. His blood instantly condensed and turned into essence blood. It boiled and burned, fusing with his battle intent. It turned into a ray of bloody light that shot into the sky as if it wanted to shatter the heavens. Third brother. Zhan Wuying's body trembled. He knew what Zhan Wuji's actions meant. Zhan Wuji was going all out, burning all his strength to stop Kong Lu and try to escape. You won't die in vain. I'll avenge you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan Wuying's strength exploded. His battle intent shook the heavens. He broke free from Kong Lu's restraints. Suddenly, the space around him shattered. He turned into a meteor and rushed forward. He directly opened a space tunnel and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After exploding, Zhan Wuji's strength broke through the first refinement and reached the second refinement. Although he was not as strong as Kong Lu, every move he made was with his life on the line. He did not care about his own injuries or death. He looked like he wanted to perish together with Kong Lu. Naturally, Kong Lu would not perish together with him. However, he was well versed in the Tao of space. In an instant, he leaped into the void and chased after Zhan Wuying. Zhan Wuji was trying his best to create an opportunity for Zhan Wuying to escape. How could he let Kong Lu catch up to him? With a burst of speed, he chased after Kong Lu. As his strength expanded and contracted, it suddenly exploded. Self-destruction. The self-destruction of a second refinement expert was undoubtedly terrifying. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a blazing sun. Terrifying rays of light shot out in all directions like swords, tearing the void apart. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of meters became chaotic and unstable. It severely affected Kong Lu's control over the Tao of space. Under such circumstances, Kong Lu did not dare to use the void leap. Otherwise, he might get lost in the turbulence of space. His speed would decrease, and he would not be able to chase after Zhan Wuying. The self-destruction of a second refinement expert was extremely terrifying. Even a peak second refinement expert would not be willing to withstand it. Naturally, Kong Lu would not be willing to take it. His expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. With a wave of his hand, he set up a spatial shield in front of him to block the impact of Zhan Wuji's self-destruction. Fortunately, the self-destruction had no direction and covered everything. If it was concentrated in one place, Kong Lu would definitely die. He actually did not self-destruct. A look of shock and anger flashed across Kong Lu's eyes. In the distance, Zhan Wuying felt a familiar and powerful aura behind him. A look of sorrow flashed across his eyes. He gritted his teeth and did not say anything. His speed also increased in an instant. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill Chu Mu and even get rid of Kong Lu. However, reality was the opposite. Zhan Wuming, Zhan Wushuang, and Zhan Wuji were all dead. As for him, he was fleeing in panic. Chu Mu, Kong Lu, I, Zhan Wuying, will not rest until you are dead. The hatred in Zhan Wuying's heart could not be washed away even by a torrential river. Zhan Wuji's terrifying self-destruction affected everything within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Space was completely chaotic. In the center, a pitch-black hole that was a few hundred meters wide gradually shrank. That was the spatial black hole that had been forcefully created by Zhan Wuji's self-destruction. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even a third refinement expert would not be willing to take it. After a while, the black hole completely closed. However, there was still a shocking shockwave within the radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was frightening. Unless one was a peerless expert, one would not be able to approach it. Otherwise, one would be suppressed to the point of being unable to move. This kind of shockwave would last for dozens of years, or even longer before dissipating. Even Sky Dragon City, which was far away, could sense Zhan Wuji's self-destruction clearly. Every expert's face turned grave. Sun Jin, who was chasing after Zhan Wuji, was also intimidated. He stopped in midair and did not continue moving forward. His face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons, gritting his teeth. Sun Jin moved again and quickly chased in the direction Chu Mu left in. Perhaps he could not attack now, but he would definitely follow and find a suitable opportunity to attack. He would kill Chu Mu in one fell swoop and refine him with a secret technique of the corrupt path to increase his own strength. Within the valley, there were countless cracks on the ground. Each crack was at least as thick as a person's thigh, and some were even thicker than a person's waist. A large portion of the forest in the distance had also collapsed. Countless trees had been turned to dust. Chu Mu stood in the valley. The cracks on his body had already disappeared, but his injuries were still not completely healed. Feeling the terrifying power of the explosion, his eyes turned serious. He stared straight at the sky. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could vaguely see that Kong Lu wasn't injured. Instead, he had dodged the explosion. Fortunately, he had done so. Otherwise, if Kong Lu was injured or even killed because of this, he would feel guilty. After all, Kong Lu had become enemies with the imperial dynasty because of him. Chapter 1894. Brother, well done. Kong Lu's figure instantly appeared in the valley. His gaze landed on Chu Mu. Seeing that Chu Mu didn't seem to be injured at all, the shock in his eyes became even clearer. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Not long ago, when he coincidentally met Chu Mu was being chased by the weakest of the 5 sky generals, Zhan Wuming. Now, in just a few days, the situation had changed. Even when Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang worked together, they were still killed by Chu Mu. In order to kill an opponent, there had to be an obvious difference in strength between the two sides. Sometimes there would also be some special conditions. No matter what, Chu Mu did it. He killed Imperial Court's 2 heavenly generals by himself. If it wasn't for Brother Kong Lu's help, not only would I not have been able to kill any of them, I might even have been killed. Chu Mu said sincerely, "This was the truth. You and I are good friends." Kong Lu smiled. But no matter what, this time, 3 of the sky generals of the 5 sky generals have died. After the 2nd sky general escapes, he will definitely report this matter. The Imperial Court will be furious. Perhaps the War King of this generation will personally take action. As he said that, a serious look appeared in Kong Lu's eyes. As soon as the 2 words "War King" were spoken, there seemed to be an inexplicable power that caused the surrounding air to become heavy and oppressive. Chu Mu and Kong Lu found it difficult to breathe. Even though it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock them. It was said that when a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, they could affect the laws of the world. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they would still be able to sense it. This War King naturally hadn't reached that level yet. He was still far from it, but his power was still shocking. Just his name alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. However, when they talked about each other, the War King couldn't feel anything. "Brother, what level is the War King's strength at?" Chu asked. The imperial court was one of the strongest enemies. Naturally, he had to know more about them. "I only know that the Battle King is an exceptional triple refinement cultivator. However, I have no idea what level he is at." Kong Lu shook his head. "Moreover, the imperial dynasty has 9 other kings. If the warlord fails, the other 9 kings will definitely appear. It is rumored that the warlord can only be ranked 7th out of the 10 kings." When Chu heard this, his expression became even more grave. He knew about the 10 kings of the imperial court, but he had no idea how strong they were. Now he was sure that the Battle King was a peerless expert of the 3rd refinement, much stronger than the mysterious Sky Dragon City Lord. Chu was sure that if the Sky Dragon City Lord had made a move that day, he and Kong Lu wouldn't have been a match for him, even if they went all out. However, Zhan Wang was only ranked 7th out of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty. That meant that there were 6 people above him who were stronger than him. After Kong Lu said this, he paid attention to the changes in Chu expression. He saw that the shock in Chu eyes turned into determination. After taking a deep breath, there was a kind of decisiveness. He wasn't afraid and didn't retreat. Kong Lu couldn't help but smile and praise. When ordinary people heard this, they would feel despair. Even if they didn't, they would need a long time to adjust. Chu's will was indeed shocking. The bigger one's heart, the bigger the world. Talent was extremely important to cultivators. However, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, talent wasn't as important as willpower. Without a strong enough willpower, it was impossible to reach the peak. Even if one's talent was unparalleled, it was still the same. "Brother, now that you and I have become a thorn in the side of the imperial court, they will definitely send out even stronger forces to deal with us." Kong Lu's tone was solemn. "With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight against them. However, I have a few good friends who were oppressed by the imperial court in the past and suffered losses because of them. However, because the imperial court is too strong, they have been enduring it. Now, I will invite them to join forces and fight against the imperial court." "Okay," Chu nodded. "I also need to find treasures and try my best to increase my cultivation." "All right, then let's make a promise. We will meet again here in 3 years," Kong Lu said. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't delay any longer. In a flash, he used the void jump and left quickly. "Okay, we will meet again here in 3 years," Chu said and left in another direction. 3 years was actually very short and would pass by easily. However, to Chu, it was also very important. Perhaps, if he grasped the opportunity, his strength might be able to increase further within these 3 years. "My strength now belongs to the upper 1st refining, but it is still not enough. I can still increase it," Chu thought to himself. Time passed quickly. The valley after the battle attracted many people to watch. The remaining aura waves did not dissipate. Although it was not as strong as before, it was still very shocking. Even a peak 9-star saint couldn't get close and could only stay a few thousand meters away. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day since Chu and Kong Lu separated. While flying, Chu's expression changed slightly. At the critical moment, he immediately used the sword Qi remnant. At the same time, the sword Qi remnant shattered and was pierced by a blood-red light. The blood-red light was overbearing and fierce, extremely sharp, and forcefully tore the void apart. "Your reaction is really fast. You can actually dodge it." A somewhat mocking and ferocious voice entered Chu's ears. Chu saw that the one who ambushed him was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He wasn't wearing a long robe, but rather a short gown. His 2 arms were exposed, and his muscles bulged as if they were cast from iron. They were filled with tyrannical explosive power and were incomparably shocking. "It's you." Chu's expression was solemn. He recognized this person. It was the person who called himself Sun Jin at the Soaring Dragon Pavilion's auction. He was a peerless expert who had achieved the first refining with the path of the divine body. As his thoughts turned, Chumu quickly understood the cause and effect. It must be this Sun Jin. He was unwilling to lose the bidding for the black dragon's blood essence and was unwilling to be intimidated by Kong Lu. So he handed over the various spiritual medicines that he had prepared. He knew that he was no match for Kong Lu, so he targeted Chumu and wanted to seek revenge. That's right, it's me. Without Kong Lu, I want to see how you can escape from me. Sun Jin laughed heartily. He was full of energy, and his aura was vigorous and forceful. He was domineering and fierce. As his blood surged, there was a feeling of a great river surging around him. His heartbeat was like a large hammer, constantly rumbling, causing Chumu's expression to become serious. Just from this aura alone, a peerless expert who had achieved the path of the divine body was indeed extraordinary. However, today, Xiao Chun had to make him an enemy. He could only kill him. Very good. There is killing intent. Only then will it be interesting. Don't worry. In the end, I will definitely refine you into a blood essence pill, allowing my spirit body to improve further. Sun Jin laughed loudly. The spirit body was the transformation of a peerless expert who had achieved the path of the divine body. The physical body was many times stronger than the sage body. Sun Jin held a very strange sword in his right hand. It was different from ordinary swords. This sword was 2 meters long and had half-meter-long blades at each end. The ends of the blades were serrated. The entire sword was scarlet and looked extremely ferocious. There was a 1-meter-long circular rod between the 2 blades. This kind of strange sword was extremely terrifying. Similarly, one needed to put in a lot of effort to control it freely. Sun Jin had immersed himself in this double-headed sword for several hundred years and was already very familiar with it. Sun Jin waved his right hand and moved it backward. The double-headed sword was also placed diagonally behind him. He assumed a posture that could allow him to erupt in an instant. His strength continuously moved through his muscles. Chumu immediately felt as if he was being stared at by a tyrannical tiger. For a moment, he felt his hair stand on end. Xiao Chen's face was solemn. His sword origin surged endlessly. The physical strength of his divine body was also surging. It combined with the sword origin and condensed into one. With both swords in hand, Xiao Chen was ready for battle. With a boom, the void shook and faintly shattered. Sun Jin disappeared from his original spot. The instantaneous eruption caused his speed to almost exceed Chumu's line of sight. Just as he felt it, a terrifying killing intent swept over, causing his hair to stand on end. Relying on instinct, Chumu crossed his swords and defended himself. A terrifying force pierced the place where the 2 swords crossed. It instantly exploded and shook. Chumu's hands were slightly numb, and he quickly retreated. Sun Jin's attack was continuous. The double-headed sword in his hand displayed amazing skills. Stabbing, hacking, and slashing were used to the extreme. The power of his spirit body was completely displayed. The double-headed sword could be rotated and both ends could be used to attack. Therefore, its power doubled as it rotated. With one strike, it was as if Sun Jin's attack path had been opened. Continuous and incomparably violent attacks swept in all directions, enveloping Chumu's entire body and drowning him. Facing Sun Jin's explosive attacks, Chumu could only defend and was unable to counterattack. He experienced the feeling of powerlessness that his previous opponents had felt when facing his violent attacks. But the difference was that Chumu calmly guarded his mind. His will was firm and unwavering. He waved the 2 swords in his hand. Under the heart and sword as one, he captured the trajectory and defended himself one by one. His will was extremely firm, and his mind was incomparably tough. He would not be easily affected. He knew very well that Sun Jin's attack was a kind of explosion. Even if he had become a peerless expert with the way of the divine body and turned into a spirit body, his explosive power would only be stronger and last longer. As long as he could defend himself, he would definitely find a flaw. Suddenly, Sun Jin's attack paused for a moment. An even more violent aura emerged from Sun Jin's body. It was like a volcano that was constantly accumulating power and finally erupting. His chi and blood burned. Flames emerged from Sun Jin's body and poured into the double-headed sword in his hand. The raging blood-red flames covered the entire double-headed sword, and a terrifying power spread in all directions. In the next breath, the power completely erupted. Sun Jin held the sword with both hands and fiercely stabbed at Chu Mu. Hellfire shatters the sky. Chapter 1895. Hellfire Shatterer. Every word was heavy and full of power, like the eruption of a 10,000-year-old volcano. The terrifying flame energy, combined with the power of Sun Jin's spiritual body, poured into the double-headed sword in his hand and pierced towards Chu Mu. The void was pierced, torn, and collapsed under the sword's edge. An unparalleled destructive aura spread in all directions, and there was nowhere to hide. First, he would perform a round of extremely violent attacks, making the opponent unable to counterattack and could only deal with it. His rhythm would be disrupted, and then he would seize the opportunity to perform his ultimate move. This kind of fighting method had been unstoppable until now. So far, no opponent could withstand his Hellfire Shatterer. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured, losing at least 50% of their strength in an instant. With less than 50% left, they were no match for him at all and could be killed in a few moves. And now, this opponent in front of him was the same. Sun Jin was confident that even if this attack couldn't kill his opponent, it could still severely injure him. Little did he know that although his fighting method was very good, it was still not enough for Chu Mu. The momentary pause was Sun Jin's grasp of the battle rhythm. However, he didn't disrupt Chu Mu's rhythm as he had expected, and made Chu Mu lose the ability to resist in an instant. Therefore, with the heart and sword as one, Chu Mu seized the momentary opportunity to perform Sword Chi Shadow. The current Sword Chi Shadow had integrated the essence of the spectral dragon shadowless body and the spectral dragon perplexing track, and was even more exquisite, changing between reality and illusion unpredictably. The Sword Chi Shadow shattered and was torn apart by a thick blood-red flame, sword light. It completely shattered and disappeared without a trace. That blood-red flame, sword light, filled with destructive aura, bombarded the distance, like a meteor, and finally exploded tens of thousands of meters away. Countless blood-red flames shot in all directions, covering tens of thousands of meters in radius, and fell down like a meteor shower. The void was burned, and the earth was melted. Craters the size of a human head appeared, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The craters were like the surface of a meteorite. As soon as he struck, Sun Jin realized that he had missed Chu Mu's body. In his opinion, this was a very inconceivable thing. However, his battle awareness was very high, and he immediately reacted. He used his double-ended sword light with both hands and circled around his body at high speed. The blood-red sword light seemed to form a giant cocoon, protecting his entire body. At the same time, two sword light seemed to leap out from the void and shot toward Sun Jin. They hit the blood-red sword light and produced a sharp and shocking sound. Previously, Sun Jin had seized the opportunity to launch a series of violent attacks. In the end, the danger had been averted. Chu Mu had also seized the opportunity to draw his sword. Once such an opportunity had been seized by him, how could he let it go? With two swords in hand, if the first strike did not break through, then 10 strikes would follow. If 10 strikes did not break through, then 100 strikes would follow. Countless sword light surrounded Sun Jin's blood-red sword light, which constantly erupted with astonishing power. Each strike tore the space apart, heart sword light as one, encompassing Sun Jin within its range. The blood-red sword light was also gradually dissected by the heart sword light. "It's here." Muttering to himself, Chu Mu's eyes shone brightly, reflecting the blood-red sword light. They quickly enlarged and finally locked onto a point. He seized the fleeting opportunity and struck out. The sword light was like a meteor chasing after the moon. It pierced through the void and flashed past. However, it was not blocked by the blood-red sword light. Instead, it pierced through the fleeting gap and struck Sun Jin's body. Sun Jin never thought that this opponent would be so difficult to deal with. Caught off guard, his body was immediately hit by the sword. However, his spirit body was 100 times stronger than a peak 9th level sacred body. The sword light had just broken through his incomparably tough skin. Just as it was about to pierce into his muscles, a burst of power erupted. His muscles vibrated and immediately became incomparably hard. With a clang, Chu Mu felt as if his sword had pierced into an extremely hard metal object. He was actually unable to pierce it further. What an astonishing body! Chu Mu was astonished. He had not expected that a spiritual body would be so strong. Practitioners of the path of sacred body were usually stronger than practitioners of the path of origin power. Their survivability in many cases was also much stronger than practitioners of the path of origin power. Relying on his strong spiritual body, Sun Jin's power erupted in an instant. Flame swept out and burned on his body. The double-ended sword spun and rolled up a flaming storm as he began to counterattack. Chu Mu would not let go of the opportunity that he had seized with great difficulty. He met Sun Jin's attack head-on. The double-ended sword light flickered incessantly. It was extremely resplendent. Between heaven and earth, there was dazzling light. The sword light was earth-shattering. In a breath's time, the swords of both sides clashed hundreds of times. There were thousands of times where they did not clash. It was extremely dangerous. Chu Mu did not have a spiritual body like Sun Jin. His peak level 9 sacred body was not enough to withstand the double-ended sword. Therefore, he did not dare to be hit. As he dodged, his afterimages overlapped each other endlessly. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. This was a deeper application of the sword chi shadow. Both of them were peerless first refinement powerhouses. Their abilities were extraordinary. The shock waves from the battle between the two of them continued to spread and were quickly detected by others. However, even though the deep blue world was huge, there weren't many peerless powerhouses. Therefore, no one dared to get close. They were only shocked and guessing who was fighting. The more they fought, the more shocked Sun Jin became. He originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to end the battle in a short period of time. He would be able to kill Sun Jin and refine it into a blood essence pill to strengthen his spiritual body. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Sun Jin's tenacity was beyond his expectations. Even though Sun Jin was slightly inferior to him in terms of absolute strength, Sun Jin's sword skills were much more exquisite than his. Eruption, eruption, eruption. Sun Jin's power was constantly displayed. However, every time it erupted, Chu Mu seemed to have the ability to predict the future. He sensed it and quickly dodged it. Then he seized the opportunity to counterattack. He disrupted Sun Jin's battle rhythm again and again, causing him to slowly fall into a disadvantageous position. However, Sun Jin was not someone easy to deal with. He was stronger than Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang. His battle awareness was also very outstanding. He constantly turned the tables around. Hellfire shattered the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Jin once again used his ultimate move. The terrifying blood-red flame, sword light, attacked again. It pierced through the void and shattered Chu Mu's layers of afterimages. Chu Mu, on the other hand, reacted quickly with the heart and sword as one. He dodged. His two swords crossed and lightly touched each other. He used a power dissipation technique to avoid the hellfire shatter the sky. However, The powerful force also shook and forced Chu Mu to retreat. Die. Sun Jin held the double-ended sword with both hands and raised it high. The blood-red flame covered it as it heavily slashed down. The blood-red flame, sword light, split the mountain and shattered the void. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions. Cutting Dao. The sword light was raised and slashed down, tearing the space apart. Cloud piercing. The sword-cutting Dao offset the force of Sun Jin's slash. Clouds and mist appeared, affecting Sun Jin's movements. Silently, the extremely condensed sword light pierced through the air. With the sharpness of the cloud-piercing sword style, even Sun Jin's powerful spiritual body did not dare to take it head-on. Fire refinement. Sun Jin held the sword with both hands and held it horizontally. Flames surged and blocked Chu Mu's cloud-piercing sword. The terrifying sharpness instantly pierced through the double-ended sword and pierced Sun Jin's chest. However, this little bit of power was not enough to cause any harm to Sun Jin's spiritual body. Sun Jin took advantage of the momentum to retreat. At that moment, his legs violently kicked out like waves of flames. 6-Da sword style. 6 pitch-black vortexes rotated and absorbed all the power. They shattered and turned into nothingness before continuing to absorb. Although Sun Jin's legs were violent and tyrannical, they could not cause any burden to Chu Mu's 6-Da sword style. Flowing fire, 100 thorns. After pulling away slightly, Sun Jin's legs were useless. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. All his strength was on the double-ended sword in his hand. His legs' attacks were just ordinary. His purpose was to slightly obstruct Chu Mu. Of course, ordinary was relative. If it was an early stage or mid-stage first refinement expert, they would not be able to withstand his violent attacks. The double-ended sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a long spear. In an instant, he stabbed out 100 times. Every time, he used up all of his strength. The power was extremely tyrannical, covering all directions and enveloping Chu Mu's body. This kind of attack was even more tyrannical than normal attacks. Chu Mu did not dare to take it head-on. 6-Da sword style. Another 6-Da sword style was displayed. 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared. As they rotated, they exploded with an astonishing suction force, forcibly changing the trajectory of the flowing fire 100 thorns. All of the power was sucked into the 6 pitch-black vortexes. After being improved by Chu Mu, the 6-Da sword style's power was even more powerful. The Zhen intent of shock shattered the absorbed power as much as possible, turning it into nothingness. This allowed the vortexes to absorb even more power. The flowing fire 100 thorns could not hurt Chu Mu at all. It was completely absorbed by the 6-Da sword style. However, the 6-Da sword style still had some power left. Damn it! How can there be such a strong defensive sword style? Sun Jin's eyes were filled with shock. He began to feel that his opponent was very difficult to deal with. This was not in line with his usual way of survival. However, since he had already made his move, he could only continue to fight. After all, he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. With that thought, Sun Jin immediately exploded with an astonishing speed. He quickly retreated, pulling away from Chu Mu. Following that, the aura on his body began to fluctuate, becoming extremely unstable. It was as if an extinct volcano had suddenly become an active one. The energy fluctuated and the magma surged, about to erupt. Blood prison burning the heavens. As if he was enduring great pain, he could only vent it through his voice. A shocking roar came from Sun Jin's mouth. The essence blood in his body burned in an instant. It rushed out of his body and condensed on Sun Jin's body. After that, it burned fiercely, emitting an incomparably terrifying heat. The surrounding space became distorted because of this. Looking at it, it was as if there were countless formless and colorless smoke lingering around. Chapter 1896. A vast and terrifying power spread out from Sun Jin's body and swept out in all directions. It was as if the heavens and earth were boundless. It was a blazing high temperature, a destructive wave. The void within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to be unable to withstand the high temperature and was about to melt. It began to become unreal, and the area was still rapidly expanding along with the rising blood-red flames on Sun Jin's body. Blood prison, sky-burning blood. It was a secret technique that burned one's own blood essence in exchange for a greater power to strengthen oneself, causing one's strength to skyrocket. After the cultivation of the path of divine body had reached the peak of level 9, and after a deep level of refinement, the blood in one's body had completely transformed into blood essence. Every drop of blood essence contained a huge amount of energy, far more than the previous blood could compare with. After the divine body had become a spiritual body, the level of blood essence had increased again, and the power contained in it had increased again, reaching an astonishing level. Once such a blood essence was burned, the power exchanged for was indescribably terrifying. In theory, the power exchanged for by burning one's blood essence could be unlimited, but the reality was that the secret technique and one's own blood essence were limited. The level of the secret technique was closely related to the power obtained after burning one's blood essence. The power obtained by burning one's blood essence was at least several times more than that of a low-level secret technique. Another point was that it was closely related to the amount of blood essence and the power contained in it. Every spiritual body expert had a limited amount of blood essence, and the blood essence was related to their life and the source of their power. Therefore, even if they used a secret technique to burn their blood essence, they would not burn too much. At most, they would burn 30% of their blood essence in exchange for power. If they burn more, it would affect their own foundation. Once 50% of their blood essence was burned, it was likely to leave behind a great hidden danger that was difficult to remove. Unless it was a last resort, no one would be willing to burn 50% of their blood essence. However, if they were faced with a life and death crisis, they would be willing to burn 60%, 70%, 80%, or even 90% of their blood essence. After all, there was only hope if they were alive. At this moment, Sun Jin did not think that Chu-Mu had the ability to make him burn more blood essence. Therefore, he burned 30% of his blood essence to use blood prison, sky burning blood. The power obtained by burning 30% of his blood essence was used to strengthen himself. A terrifying power surged, constantly colliding between the spiritual bodies. It was like the sea was flowing and countless blood dragons were roaring. Power, power, power. It was an extremely powerful power. Domain of blood and fire. Sun Jin spread his arms, and the blood-red flames on his body seemed to explode. Blood-red ripples spread out, covering an area of 1 kilometer, including Chu-Mu. This was a domain. Chu-Mu immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly, affecting his body. His blood felt like it was about to be ignited. The temperature rose, and gradually he felt like his blood was boiling. When the temperature reached a certain level, it would affect a person's mind and cause them to become unclear. At that time, they would lose their ability to make judgments and would be easily killed. Sword domain. With a low shout, Chu-Mu also unleashed his domain, which spread out from his body. Invisible sword light shot out, and there seemed to be the sound of millions of swords ringing out. As the sword light flashed, an astonishing power spread out, directly dispersing the high temperature that had seeped into his body. Chu-Mu's strength was at the advanced level of the first refinement, but in reality his cultivation was still at the martial saint level. Therefore, the power of the sword domain could not affect a true first refinement expert like Sun Jin. After all, the difference between the martial saint level and the first refinement was too great. However, the sword domain could repel the power of the opponent's domain without affecting him. Moreover, It could also increase his strength and speed to a certain extent, increasing his strength. Flowing fire, 100 thorns. Sun Jin roared, and the double-ended sword in his hand stabbed out again, splitting into 100 streaks. Under the effect of the blood prison burning the heavens, and in the domain of blood and fire, the power of the 100 streaks of flowing fire suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Every strike was more powerful than the previous flame prison shattering the heavens. One could imagine how powerful the flame prison shattering the heavens would be if it was used in this state. Sword domain change. The power of the sword domain was channeled into the double-headed swords, instantly increasing the power of the double-headed swords by several times. As Chu-Mu cultivated, this move also continued to improve. Previously, when he was still in the land of exile, it could only increase its power by 3 times. Now it could increase its power by 4 times. A fourfold increase meant that the power of any sword technique that Chu-Mu used with his double-headed swords would be increased by 4 times. 6-path sword style. 6 even larger and darker vortexes appeared, and the suction force that burst out was several times stronger than before. Instantly, the trajectory of the flowing fire 100 thorns was forcefully changed, and they were all sucked into the vortexes. The flowing fire 100 thorns were sucked dry again. The 6 vortexes trembled, showing signs of collapsing, and slowly disappeared. The 6-path sword style that increased its power by 4 times was comparable to the flowing fire 100 thorns that increased its power by more than 10 times. It was even slightly stronger. Is this your secret technique? A mere increase of a few times. This time you are dead meat. Sun Jin's eyes seemed to be burning with a blood-red flame. In the blood-fire domain he seemed to be the ruler. With a thought, he appeared around Chu-Mu and attacked. As soon as he attacked, Sun Jin's figure split into 9, surrounding Chu-Mu. Each of them seemed to be real, and the double-headed swords in his hands brought a strong sense of danger to Chu-Mu. With the increase of power by more than 10 times, the flames that covered the sword also had a terrifying temperature. Chu-Mu did not dare to take it head-on. The 6-path sword style was used again and again, absorbing the power of the opponent's attacks. The heart sword as one was raised to the extreme, capturing the trajectory. The sword chi shadow was also used to the extreme, constantly dodging. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fu-Tian counterattacked with his double-headed swords. His double-headed swords pierced through the clouds, but they were blocked by Sun Jin directly. Heaven and earth cross slash. The double-headed swords did not do any damage to Sun Jin, but it did make Sun Jin pause for a moment. Chu-Mu immediately crossed his swords and performed an even more powerful sword style. The Heaven and Earth Cross Slash was a new sword style that was born out of the Dao beheading sword style. To put it bluntly, it was a Dao beheading sword style with 2 swords combined at the same frequency. Its power was more than 3 times stronger than the Dao beheading sword style, but it still could not be compared to the Heaven's Might sword style. However, the Heaven's Might sword style and the more powerful Heavenly Slaughter, Earthly Calamity sword style were too powerful, so the Heart sword as one could not be integrated into it. The Heaven and Earth Cross Slash was born out of the Dao beheading sword style, so the Heart sword as one was easily integrated into it. The Heaven and Earth Cross Slash that was 4 times stronger made Sun Jin feel a great threat, and his whole body shivered. The cross sword light was incomparably bright, as if it had been branded into the void. Even his blood fire domain could not restrain it. Inferno Heaven Shatterer, break for me! With a loud roar, the double-headed swords in his hands spun as he injected all his strength into them. He attacked once again. The Inferno Heaven Shatterer, which was 10 times stronger, seemed to transform into a blood-colored flood dragon with a single horn. The horn was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the void. As it wriggled, the space trembled and shattered. Chu-Mu was locked in place, almost unable to move. The Heaven and Earth Cross Slash's cross sword light was immediately shattered by the impact, but it only managed to block the blood-colored flood dragon for an instant. Gritting his teeth, the divine wilderness sword essence exploded with 100%. The peak ninth grade sage physique exploded with 100%. With the combination of the two, the power of the sword domain also exploded, rising to 5 times its original strength. Heaven and Earth cross slash. Chu Mu attacked again, and another cross sword light slashed out. This cross sword light was even brighter than the previous one, and its power was more than twice as strong. The cross sword light seemed to imprint itself into the void, transforming into a shield, forcibly blocking the blood-colored flood dragon's attack. However, cracks constantly appeared on its surface, as if it could shatter at any time. In the end, Chu Mu's absolute strength was still inferior to Sun Jin's. The reason why he could fight so intensely with Sun Jin was because Chu Mu's sword technique was much more exquisite and profound than Sun Jin's. However, in a clash of absolute strength, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. Break! 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 Sun Jin shouted 3 times in a row, and the double-headed swords in his hands stabbed out 3 times. The blood-colored flood dragon seemed to have received support as it shattered the cross-sword light and attacked Chu Mu once again. Chu Mu had already obtained a chance to catch his breath. He attacked with both swords once again, using another heaven and earth cross slash. However, it was unable to stop the blood-colored flood dragon and was shattered once again. However, after being obstructed several times, the blood-colored flood dragon's speed clearly decreased. When it struck Chu Mu executed Sword Chi Shadow in time, narrowly dodging the attack, and his true body appeared behind Sun Jin. Cloud Piercer, Cutting Dao, Heaven and Earth Cross Slash. All 3 moves were executed at the same time. Insignificant tricks. Break for me. Sun Jin quickly turned around, and the blood-colored sword light spread out, covering the area in front of him, forcibly blocking Chu Mu's 3 sword attacks. It seems that your methods are only SOSO. Let me send you on your way. Sensing that Chu Mu's aura was showing signs of weakening, Sun Jin thought to himself. He gathered his strength once more, and just as he was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed, and his pupils rapidly shrank. He saw that Chu Mu's aura, which was originally weakening, suddenly condensed an incomparably shocking sharpness, more than 10 times stronger than before. How could he not know that he had been tricked? The other party had been showing weakness to him, weakening his vigilance time and time again. In the end, he had even deliberately weakened his own aura, making him mistakenly believe that the other party's strength was only so. Just as he was about to erupt with a killing blow, the other party brazenly burst out with an even stronger strength. The Sword God Descends secret technique was executed, and the sharpness increased tenfold. Chu Mu's strength reached the limit, and he did not hold back. The Cloud Piercer, Cutting Dao, and Heaven and Earth Cross Slash were continuously executed, one after another, wave after wave. Such an eruption could not be sustained, and it would cause a certain amount of damage to the body. However, at this moment, he could not care so much. Sun Jin was not an easy person to deal with. When he sensed that something was wrong, his face turned ferocious, and he took a desperate stance. However, Chu Mu, who had executed the sword domain transformation, was not much inferior to him. Now, after advancing step by step and executing the Sword God Descends secret technique, which increased the sharpness by tenfold, the power of the sword moves had reached a level that Sun Jin could not resist. With such a dense eruption, all of Sun Jin's defenses and counterattacks were ineffective, crushed, torn apart. As the blood-colored light surged, an endless blood-colored light shot out, intending to escape. Chu Mu endured the pain all over his body and suddenly thrust out his long sword. The sword light broke through the void, piercing through the blood-colored light. Chapter 1897. The bloody light dissipated, and the bloody mist also spread out. Chu Mu appeared in the void. Within the bloody mist, his face was pale, and his arms were trembling slightly. The continuous outbursts had put a heavy burden on his divine body. Fortunately, his divine body had reached the peak of the 9th level and was stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bear it. Taking a deep breath, the yuan qi of heaven and earth continued to gather and condense into Chu Mu's body. It quickly restored the divine wilderness sword essence that was almost exhausted, and also caused the physical strength of his divine body to slowly recover. This battle was difficult, and it made Chu Mu realize how powerful a peerless expert who had achieved the way of the divine body was. But no matter what, he had won in the end. The price was the death of his opponent. Even his primordial spirit did not manage to escape. It was pierced through by Chu Mu's sword, torn apart, and dissipated into the void. After a dozen breaths, some of his strength had recovered. Chu Mu immediately moved, quickly leaving the place. As he flew, he recovered his strength. The divine wilderness sword essence naturally had the dragon yuan elixir to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to restore it. As for the physical strength of his divine body, it could only restore itself, which was relatively slow. Sun Jin had died, and even his primordial spirit had dissipated. But his interspatial ring and mystical sword had been obtained by Chu Mu as spoils of war. As he flew, Chu Mu checked it. This double-headed mystical sword was extremely close to the level of a spiritual sword, but its ferocity was shocking. In terms of power, it was not inferior to a low-grade spiritual sword. But even if it was a spiritual sword, it was useless to Chu Mu. He did not know how to use such a mystical sword. Perhaps with his high level of swordsmanship, he could learn it in a short period of time. But that was also useless. The 2 swords in his hands were enough. Putting away the double-headed sword, Chu Mu checked Sun Jin's interspatial ring again. There weren't many things inside, but each of them was relatively valuable. There were some law crystals, more than 100 law crystals of fire, and dozens of law crystals of wood. In addition, there were some jade bottles filled with elixirs. When Chu Mu took them out and took a look, he was immediately overjoyed. These elixirs were elixirs used to restore one's vitality. Perhaps the effect was not obvious for a spirit body expert, but for a saint body expert like Chu Mu, they were of great use. He took out a pill and consumed it. It rapidly melted in his body. It was like drinking a mouthful of blood. However, there was no fishy smell. Instead, there was a refreshing fragrance. A scorching hot aura quickly spread throughout his body and merged with his blood, causing the strength in his blood to rapidly recover. 1 elixir. It was just 1 elixir. Chu Mu's vitality was completely restored in just a few dozen breaths. There were more than 30 such elixirs. Now that he had taken one, there were 29 left. In addition to law crystals and elixirs, there were also some other spiritual medicines and cultivation methods. After quickly scanning through the cultivation methods, Chu Mu was attracted by a blood-red jade stone. He took it out. The blood-red jade stone was crystal clear, like a 10,000-year-old amber. It exuded a kind of attraction that made people want to explore it. Chu Mu's heart trembled and he became vigilant. His spiritual power spread out and covered the blood-red jade stone in his hand. Suddenly, a suction force emerged and sucked Chu Mu's spiritual power into it. After a series of revolutions, Chu Mu's spiritual power had already entered the blood-red jade stone. His consciousness seemed to sink into an endless sea of blood. As it floated up and down, there was an endless amount of blood that made one's heart palpitate. The blood was the sea, and his consciousness was the boat that floated on it. It felt like countless years had passed. In front of him, a stone tablet appeared. This stone tablet was like a sword that towered above the sea of blood. It was majestic and unmoving, as if it had stood for tens of thousands of years, immortal and indestructible. Strands of blood qi were like dragons that coiled around the stone tablet from bottom to top. Chu Mu's consciousness stared at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, The blood aura swam like a dragon, revealing lines of patterns. The patterns seemed complicated, but they actually contained endless mysteries. With just a glance, Chu Mu was immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up. His consciousness was wrapped in his spiritual energy and quickly withdrew. He only felt that there was some information in his mind. After sorting it out, he was surprised to find that the information was a cultivation technique, or rather a secret technique. Blood refinement evil skill. This was the name of the secret method in the information. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this was definitely not a righteous cultivation method. However, when Chu Mu finished reading the contents of the blood refinement evil skill, a touch of joy suddenly appeared on his face. It was as if the sky was about to rain and an umbrella had been delivered, just in time. Sun Jin said that he wanted to refine me into a blood essence pill. He should be relying on this blood refinement evil skill. Chu Mu secretly said, this blood refinement evil skill was a secret method passed down from the ancient evil sections. It had amazing power. Lin Ming did not know where Sun Jin got it from. The reason why he could become a peerless expert with the Saint Body Tao was inseparable from the blood refinement evil skill. As the name suggested, the blood refinement evil skill was to refine the flesh and blood of living creatures, removing the impurities in it and finally refining it into a blood essence pill. It contained majestic power. After consuming it, it could strengthen one's qi and blood, refine one's blood essence, and enhance one's physique. From this point of view, this blood refinement evil skill could be regarded as a peerless divine skill for Saint Body Tao practitioners. In fact, what Chu Mu did not know was that this blood refinement evil skill was not only useful for Saint Body Tao practitioners. However, at present, it could be used for Saint Body Tao practitioners. This was the reason why Chu Mu showed joy. Refining people into blood essence pills, this kind of behavior, Chu Mu could not help but frown. Humans were of the same race, the same kind. Chu Mu could refine a living person into a blood essence pill as long as it was an enemy. However, he could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart when he consumed a blood essence pill refined from a human. It was not that he could not do it, but he was not willing to do it. After all, he was not the kind of person who would do anything to strengthen himself. This was different from Sun Jin. It is not easy to refine humans, but it is different for beasts, Chu Mu secretly said. Moreover, compared to refining humans, refining beasts was undoubtedly a better choice. Now that his saint body had reached the peak of level 9, it would be useless for an ordinary practitioner to refine a blood essence pill that could improve his saint body. It would either be a practitioner of the same Saint Body Tao and had reached level 9 Saint Body, which was extremely rare, or it would only be effective for a peerless expert to do so. However, beasts were different. Powerful beasts usually had extremely strong physiques. Their qi and blood were shockingly strong, far surpassing that of humans. After refining, the effects of the blood essence pill might be even more shocking. Moreover, beasts and humans were not of the same race. To a certain extent, they were enemies. Just like how humans ate beasts and beasts ate humans, there was no burden in refining them. My current strength belongs to the advanced first refining. If I go all out, I can reach the peak of first refining. If I refine my level 9 saint body to the extreme, my strength can increase further. Perhaps I can reach the peak of first refining. If I refine my divine wilderness sword origin to the extreme, I might be able to contend against a peerless expert at the initial stage of second refining, Chu Mu secretly said. If that is the case, I will go and find a powerful beast to refine into a blood essence pill. The Sky Dragon region could be considered a large region in the deep blue world. The Sky Dragon mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was like a huge azure dragon entrenched on the ground. It was ancient and majestic, and its aura was vigorous. In the Sky Dragon mountain range, there were many places with rich yuan qi. They were often occupied by sects and forces and became the base of their mountain. It was better for the development of their sections. There were also some places that cultivators rarely set foot in. This was because there were unimaginable dangers in those places. There were many powerful spiritual beasts and strange beasts living there. It was very dangerous. At this moment, in the Sky Dragon mountain range, in a huge valley that was rarely visited by people, a loud roar suddenly rang out. That roar seemed to be the last sorrowful wail, and it quickly returned to silence. A figure stood in the void with one hand open. 5 blood-red rays of light shot out from his 5 fingers. They fell from the sky and wrapped around a huge beast that was more than 10 meters long. The blood-red rays of light quickly shuttled back and forth. The huge beast's body was actually melting and shrinking. Its flesh and blood mixed together and was covered by the blood-red rays of light like a huge cocoon. This person was Chumu. He was using the blood refinement evil technique to refine a spiritual beast. This spiritual beast had the strength of a peak 9-star saint. Its powerful physique and blood essence made its strength comparable to a bright moon sword saint of the human race. The activation of the blood refinement evil technique required one's own blood essence as a guide. While using it, Chumu's blood essence was also constantly being consumed. However, this consumption was a consumption that could be recovered. After a while, the huge beast that was more than 10 meters long disappeared. It was replaced by a fist-sized blood-red ray of light. Chumu waved his hand, and the blood-red ray of light immediately flew over and fell into his hand. After the light disappeared, it was a blood-red bead that was the size of an egg. It was warm and had a faint sweet smell. When the smell entered his nostrils, it immediately accelerated the recovery of Chumu's blood essence. This is the blood essence pill. Such rich blood essence. Chumu was secretly overjoyed. He was 100% sure that this blood essence pill would definitely have an obvious effect on his peak level 9 saint body. However, now was not the time to consume it. He planned to kill more powerful beasts and use the blood refinement evil technique to refine them into blood essence pills. After accumulating a certain amount, he would find a place to seclude himself and refine them all. He would refine his saint body to the peak of level 9 and increase his strength. Of course, before that, he still needed to recover his blood essence and maintain it at its peak state. Only then could he use the blood refinement evil technique better and not be powerless. He continued to move forward and look for other beasts to kill. Chumu also carefully concealed his aura to avoid causing too much commotion. At the same time, Zhan Wuying returned to the imperial court and reported everything that had happened to the warlord. My novel, The Lone God of the Sword, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 1898. In the palace at the top of the mountain, the warlord sat on the main seat. He looked down at the people below with a pair of sharp eyes. Zhan Wuying knelt on one knee, looking pathetic. When the warlord's eyes landed on him, he couldn't help but tremble. The atmosphere in the palace was oppressive. It was almost suffocating. Summon Zhan Wukong. After a long while, the warlord's voice rang out. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Soon, Zhan Wukong came to the palace and knelt down on one knee. Zhan Wukong, Zhan Wuying, listen up. The two of you attack with all your might and kill Chumu. The warlord gave the order. Previously, the warlord's order was to capture Chumu alive and kill him if it didn't work. This time, however, he had to kill him. He could feel the threat that Chumu posed. Perhaps to him, a first refinement realm cultivator was like an ant. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, Chumu's potential was too shocking. He couldn't give him more time to grow. Soon, Zhan Wukong and Zhan Wuying left the palace and the imperial palace. After finding out the approximate location of Chumu from Lord Jishur, They quickly headed towards Chu Mu's location. However, it would take some time. To be able to kill Zhan Wuming and Zhan Wushuang, 3 of the 5 divine generals are gone. The warlord's eyes flickered. The 5 divine generals were all cultivated by him. They had contributed greatly to him. Now that 3 of them were dead, his faction's power was greatly weakened. This was very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, the warlord's killing intent towards Chu Mu and Kong Lu was exploding. However, now wasn't the time for him to act. No matter what, he could be considered the leader of the imperial palace to a certain extent. He was powerful and had a high status. There were other reasons why he couldn't act rashly. Zhan Wukong and Zhan Wuying together can kill Chu Mu. As for Kong Lu, the warlord's eyes flickered. He seemed to be thinking and hesitating. After a long while, he said, "I'll let him live for a while." Astral winds formed into streams in the sky, flowing endlessly like a river. Each of the astral winds was as sharp as a knife, and their power was astonishing. They could easily break through a saint-level expert's vital aura shield and cause damage. However, at this very moment, there were 4 figures flying rapidly in the astral wind layer. When the astral wind blew on their bodies, they were directly blown away. These 4 people were extremely handsome. Their auras were noble and faintly discernible. They were like gods in the clouds, high and mighty. They were members of the celestial race, the peerless powerhouses of the celestial race, the celestial race's forbidden guard. According to Tian Jizi's calculations, Chu Mu should be in the heavenly dragon domain. We must find him and kill him. The leader of the 4, Tian Daoji, said coldly, "Captain, with the 4 of us attacking, that Chu Mu won't be able to escape even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." One of the other 3 said. The other 2 nodded. For Chu Mu to be able to survive until now, it is undeniable that he is capable. Do not underestimate him. Tian Daoji said, "Yes." The 3 of them hurriedly responded. Even so, the 3 of them still disagreed in their hearts. One must know that they were peerless powerhouses of the celestial race. Even though they were only at the first refinement, their bloodline was noble and their strength was tyrannical. It was obvious that they were stronger than the peerless powerhouses of the human race at the same level. From the moment they were born until now, their experiences had been to suppress the geniuses of the human race and other races. They had long nurtured the arrogance in their hearts. That kind of high and mighty attitude of looking down on others could not be changed so easily. Moreover, he was just a junior of the human race. Even if his talent was not bad, he would not be placed in their eyes. The captain naturally saw through the 3's thoughts. However, as a member of the celestial race and a peerless powerhouse of the second refinement, he also felt that Chu Mu was courted death by them. There was no chance for him to escape. The reason why, he said, that was only because he had more experience and was relatively more cautious. That was all. In a more deserted area of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, there was a cave that had just been excavated. Layers of seals had been set up to conceal all auras, and the entrance of the cave was hidden. Chu Mu was sitting in the depths of the cave. With a wave of his hand, a row of blood-red egg-sized beads appeared. There were a total of 30 of them. These were the blood essence pills. Every blood essence pill came from a powerful beast, spiritual beast, or strange beast. Every beast was at the peak of the 9-star saint level. Their strength was far stronger than ordinary 9-star saints. They were at least at the dark star level, and the stronger ones were even at the bright sun level. It wasn't that there weren't any peerless powerhouse level beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. There were, and there was more than one. However, Chu Mu didn't touch them. That was because the peerless powerhouse level beasts were intelligent. Their strength was terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the combination of the way of Yuan Li and the way of the Sage Body. Their battle strength was shocking. Even if he could win, it would be a tough battle. Moreover, although the blood refinement evil art was shocking, Chu Mu was only a beginner. It was too difficult to refine a peerless powerhouse-level beast with his peak 9th level blood essence pill. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fail. Finally, it was because of Chumu's own body. With his peak 9th level sage body, taking the blood essence pill of the peerless powerhouse level would be too much for him to bear. 30 blood essence pills are completely enough for me to completely refine my sage body to the peak of the 9th level. Perhaps there will still be some left, Chumu thought. Opening his mouth, a blood essence pill flew into Chumu's mouth. He swallowed it directly. The power contained in the blood essence pill immediately spread in his abdomen. It was like a volcanic eruption, rushing to his limbs and bones. His chi and blood seemed to be ignited. It was as if they were on fire, surging endlessly like a tide, rushing to every part of his body. Refine! With a low shout, layers of blood-red ripples spread out in all directions. As the power surged, the blood essence in his body suddenly accelerated, driving the power of the blood essence pill and merging it into his own blood essence. Gradually, as Chumu refined the blood essence pill, more and more golden color appeared in his blood. When the blood completely turned golden, it was the time when the blood in his body transformed into blood essence. However, that wasn't the limit. It was returning to its original state, turning back into a pure and perfect blood-red color. That was the true limit. The golden color in his blood continued to increase. After a while, the power of the blood essence pill was refined. Chumu opened his mouth and swallowed the second blood essence pill, refining it again. Kong Lu, you actually want to become enemies with the imperial court? Lei Ba's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Do you still remember Chumu? Kong Lu asked. Chumu? Lei Ba thought for a moment. Are you talking about the junior in the heavenly ancient divine emperor's remains? That's right. Now he already has the strength of a peerless expert. He was chased by the imperial court, and I happened to meet him. I helped him, and the imperial court saw me as a thorn in their side, wanting to get rid of me. Kong Lu explained the matter clearly in a few words. Lei Ba felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He didn't see it with his own eyes. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he also knew that his good friend Kong Lu wouldn't joke about such things. In other words, it was all true. I can't imagine that the junior from back then has grown to such an extent. It has only been a few decades. Lei Ba smiled bitterly, as if he had suffered a great blow. Now is not the time to be emotional. Back then, you were also suppressed by the imperial court and had no choice but to submit. However, you still haven't let go of this matter. Kong Lu said directly, you should know that this has become a shadow in your heart, restricting your growth. If this goes on, it might develop into a heart demon. Lei Ba's expression changed. This was a scar in his heart, and now it was viciously reopened by Kong Lu. The humiliation of the past made Lei Ba furious. The aura around him surged, and lightning flashed in the sky. It was really terrifying. In the past, there wasn't a suitable opportunity, but this time, it is the best opportunity. Kong Lu's expression was calm. He stared at Lei Ba and continued. Chumu has great luck, and his achievements will definitely be extraordinary. I believe that the imperial court won't be able to gain anything from being enemies with him. Lei Ba's expression kept changing. All of a sudden, he was hesitant. However, he wasn't a decisive person like Kong Lu. Okay, I will go crazy with you this time, Lei Ba said fiercely. That's right. Kong Lu smiled. Apart from you, there are a few other good friends who have suffered at the hands of the imperial court. Kong Lu is a good person and had many connections. Hence, he had some good friends. Coincidentally, they had all suffered at the hands of the imperial court. Then let's go. Lei Ba smiled. Since he had made his decision, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. Since he had decided to be enemies with the imperial court, then the stronger he was, the better. After all, the imperial court was an extremely strong existence. Chumu's aura is in this direction. The divine guard captain took out a compass. After making some calculations, the compass needle pointed to a direction. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly flew towards Chumu with his 3 subordinates. That was the temporary cave Chumu had opened up in Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. Refine, refine, refine. There was more and more gold in the blood, while the red became less and less. In the end, the red turned into gold. His blood had all turned into essence blood. The golden color rippled, and a powerful energy surged, filling his entire body. Not enough, still not enough. I haven't reached the true limit. Continue to refine. He took another essence, blood pill. This time he took 3. An even more powerful energy rushed through the essence blood. It seemed to go berserk and wanted to destroy Chumu's essence blood. However, the blood essence contained a powerful force that constantly dissolved the impact, absorbing and refining it into the blood essence. It constantly strengthened the power contained in the blood essence, making it more and more powerful and vigorous. Under the essence blood, Chumu's saint body was also strengthened. At the same time, the 4 divine guards approached. My novel, Lone God of the Sword, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now and click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Dread, and follow. Hurry! Chapter 1899. Above the atmosphere, the 4 figures flying at high speed suddenly stopped. Their deep gazes pierced through time and space, looking down at the earth and mountains. According to the compass, Chumu's aura is here. Team leader Tian Daoji said, "Find him." Although the compass had pointed out Chumu's aura, it was not 100% accurate. It could only determine a rough area, and they still needed to search carefully. However, they all knew about Chumu's aura. Therefore, as long as the area was determined, it was not difficult to find him. The spiritual energy of the 4 peerless powerhouses of the Sky clan spread out, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Everything was sensed and grasped by them. It was like a carpet, not a single detail was missed. After a few breaths, they sensed a hidden cave at almost the same time. That cave was covered with seals. It might be able to hide from saint-level elites, but it was nothing to the divine, forbidden guards of the divine clan. Attack! Beat him out! Tian Daoji ordered. He pointed his finger lightly in the air, and a strong, milky, white light shot out. The other 3 people also attacked. In an instant, the cave was pierced, shattered, and collapsed. With a boom, an extremely sharp sword light, as if the heavens were worshipping it, suddenly shot out from the collapsed cave. Its speed was indescribable. Fast, it was really too fast. Even Tian Daoji, a second refinement peerless master, could only catch it. The sword light was already very close. The 3 first refinement peerless masters under him naturally did not react as fast as him. Get out of the way. Tian Daoji was shocked and angry. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a huge, milky white palm fell from the sky, carrying with it a shocking, destructive intent. With a boom, the sword light shattered under the huge palm. However, before Tian Daoji could breathe a sigh of relief, a scream rang in his ears. It was unknown where it came from, but after the sword light reformed, it shot into the sky and pierced through the body of a guard. It tore the guard apart from the guard, and the guard's origin soul was torn apart as well. The guard died completely, in a single exchange, before they could even see the figure of the person. One of the 4 had already died, and it was a complete death. Otherwise, if they had left behind their primordial spirit, they would have been able to bring it back to the Tian clan and have a chance to rebuild their bodies. The sword light was none other than Chumu. The moment the cave was attacked, he sensed it and reacted immediately. He exploded with all his speed and killed one of them in one fell swoop. After the sword light pierced through a celestial expert, it did not stop at all and continued upwards. Its remaining might burst forth as it turned into 3 shocking rays of sword light that slashed down towards the other 3 celestial guards. Then, without any obstruction, it quickly shot off in a certain direction. Of the 4 peerless experts of the Tian clan, 3 were at the first refinement and 1 was at the second refinement. He was not afraid of the 3 at the first refinement, but the 1 at the second refinement was not easy to deal with. However, in a single exchange, Chumu had caught them off guard and killed one of the first refinement experts. Then he shot out 3 sword light to kill him. The second refinement expert was naturally not afraid, but the other 2 at the first refinement needed to take action to defend against it. This bought him some time to escape. After Tian Daoji and the other 2 celestial guards dodged the sword light, their expressions became extremely ugly. They were so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of them. Right under their noses, the person they regarded as prey had turned around and killed one of them. This was a humiliation, a ruthless humiliation. For the arrogant people of the Tian clan, this was an unimaginable humiliation. Compared to the death of their fellow clansmen, their pride was more important. "Chase!" Tian Daoji shouted in a low voice. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. The 3 of them immediately burst forth with their fastest speed and chased in the direction Chumu left in. Tian Daoji was at the second refinement, so his speed was the fastest. The other 2 were at the first refinement, so their speed was not as fast as Tian Daoji's. However, they worked together and resonated with each other in a mysterious way, causing their speed to increase to a certain extent. They were close to the limit of the first refinement. Even so, they were still behind Tian Daoji and were gradually being pulled apart. The speed of a second refinement expert was very, very fast. Moreover, they were from the Tian clan. Their innate bloodline was superior, so their speed was naturally faster. Chumu exploded with all his speed and barely reached the level of a second refinement expert. However, he still could not compare to Tian Daoji. The distance between them was gradually being pulled apart. Inside the cave, Chumu had refined 20 blood essence pills. All the blood in his body had completely transformed into blood essence. Then he continued to refine it and returned it to its original state. He had reached the true limit. Out of the 30 blood essence pills, there were still 10 pills left. Although these 10 pills could not improve his divine body, they could be used to recover the blood essence that his divine body had consumed. Unfortunately, just like origin energy, the divine body needed a corresponding technique to transform into a spiritual body. Moreover, it was directly related to the power of the laws. Chumu did not have any laws or techniques, so naturally he could not transform his divine body into a spiritual body. This might take a long time to slowly comprehend in the future. He could not do it now. However, after his divine body reached the peak of level 9, his strength had indeed increased significantly. He felt that his strength had reached the peak of the first refinement. If he had a period of time and completely mastered the explosive increase in strength, it was very likely that he would reach the peak of the first refinement and be half a step into the second refinement. However, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing now was to get rid of the pursuers behind him. However, Chumu could feel that the other party was gradually closing in on him. The murderous intent was not concealed at all. There was a determination to kill him even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. "Chumu, you dare to kill my divine prohibition guards. No matter where you go, no one can save you." Tian Daoji chased while his voice was wrapped in murderous intent. When it entered Chumu's ears, it made his hair stand on end. Chumu did not respond. He continued to fly at high speed while thinking of a way to escape. Ever since he had been discovered after returning to the deep blue world, Chumu had been pursued. However, he had turned danger into safety time and time again. In the end, he had killed the other party. Time and time again, This had built up Chumu's confidence and unwavering determination. As long as it was not the final moment, nothing could be concluded. Tian Dao Ji chased, while constantly threatening Chumu with monstrous murderous intent. If a person's will was not firm enough, under the threat of Tian Dao Ji's murderous intent, they would probably waver and affect themselves. However, Chumu's will was incomparably firm. He did not waver in the slightest. As if he did not hear anything, he maintained his original speed and advanced. My divine race is the sky of the deep blue world. No race dares to offend my divine race. If the heavens want you to die, you must die. Tian Dao Ji was about to go crazy. My life is in my hands, not the heavens. Moreover, a mere divine race is not enough to represent the heavens. Chu Mu sneered in his heart and secretly said, the people of the divine race had always been arrogant. For a long time, they had cultivated their arrogant character. They thought that they were the heavens, the descendants of the divine race. Everything they did was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. In Chumu's eyes, it was just a joke. Heavenly Tao. How profound and unfathomable was the heavenly Tao. How could a mere divine race replace it? However, that was another matter. Right now, the most important thing was to escape from the other party's pursuit. Two streams of light flew across the sky. Tian Dao Ji was getting closer and closer. His murderous intent was constantly attacking, but the other two divine race people were gradually being pulled further and further away. Chumu, you can't escape. Tian Dao Ji said again. He was also very determined. He tried to use his murderous intent and words to shake Chumu's will again and again. They're getting closer and closer. Chumu secretly said, it seems that it's very difficult to escape. Since that's the case, I can only use my secret technique. It was just one person catching up. With his current strength, it was still difficult for him to fight against the second refinement. However, his speed had not reached the limit. He could still be faster. Blood prison burning the heavens. With a low roar, Chumu's blood essence immediately fluctuated. The temperature rapidly rose. A terrifying high temperature spread around his body, burning all the aura around him. Even the void began to distort. Blood prison burning the heavens was the secret technique that Sun Jin had used previously. It increased his strength by 10 times. However, the blood essence that Sun Jin burned belonged to the spirit body level. Chu Mu's blood essence was only the blood essence of the sacred body level. The difference between the two was very big. Therefore, with the same 30% of his blood essence burning, Chu Mu's strength did not increase by 10 times. However, it was still 7 or 8 times. The 7 or 8 times increase in strength also doubled Chu Mu's speed. The originally golden sword light was dyed with a layer of blood. It burned like a flame. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be ignited and burned. The increase in speed by several times allowed Chu Mu's speed to exceed the limit. He reached the second refinement level, which was even faster than Tian Dao Ji. The distance between them, which was constantly closing, began to widen. It can still be increased. Tian Dao Ji's eyes widened in shock. The other party's aura was at the first refinement level. His speed had barely reached the second refinement level, which already shocked him. Now it had increased again and truly reached the second refinement level. It was even above him. You can't escape. You definitely can't escape. Tian Dao Ji roared angrily as he watched Chu Mu's figure disappear into the distance. Tian Dao Ji. He slapped his chest with both hands. With a tremor, the power in his body became violent and surrounded his body. An abnormal dark red color surged on his face. Secret technique. A secret technique of the Tian clan. His speed instantly doubled, causing him to speed up even more. He caught up and once again closed the distance between him and Chu Mu. The two of them exploded and their speed became even faster. They had already left the other two Tian clan people far behind. They could only follow the aura left behind to catch up. The two of them also believed that with their captain's strength, even if they could not catch up for a while, they would not be at a disadvantage. After all, the difference between the second refinement and the first refinement was still very obvious. My novel, Lone God of the Way of the Sword, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, dread and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 1900. According to the news, Chu Mu's route should be heading in this direction. Yu Daosheng stood high up in the sky in the atmosphere. His eyes shone brightly as he stared ahead, patiently waiting for Chu Mu to appear. The deep blue world was vast, and there were many people who specialized in the Tao of divination. These people usually came from large factions, such as the Imperial Court or the Wind Whispering Tower. As long as they paid a certain price, they might be able to calculate a person's location. Yu Daosheng knew that Chu Mu would pass by this route, so he had set up an ambush here in advance. However, quite some time had passed, and Chu Mu still hadn't appeared. Yu Daosheng's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. Although the Tao of divination was exquisite, it wasn't 100% accurate. In this world, other than the deceased heaven ancient divine emperor, Tianjizi of the divine clan was the strongest in the Tao of divination. Those from other clans who specialized in the Tao of divination were often inferior to Tianjizi of the divine clan. Therefore, it was understandable that the divination was wrong. However, if the divination was wrong, he would undoubtedly waste some time. This bit of time was nothing to him. The main thing was that if he missed the chance to meet Chu Mu, he wouldn't know where to find him next time. The deep blue world was vast, and peerless experts weren't omnipotent. He had to take revenge for threatening Yi Daozi. After waiting for many days without any results, Yu Daosheng began to doubt the accuracy of his divination. He hesitated whether to continue waiting or leave. At this time, he felt two strong auras coming from afar, one in front and one behind. The aura in front had a monstrous blood heat and a shocking sharpness. The aura in the back had a noble and otherworldly aura, but it contained a shocking, killing intent. Yu Daosheng didn't recognize the aura in front. He had never felt it before, but he could tell that the aura in the back was the aura unique to the divine clan. He could tell that a peerless expert from the divine clan was chasing after the person in front. Chu Mu. Yu Daosheng's eyes lit up. His body moved, and he quickly flew towards the two auras in the astral wind layer. According to his divination, Chu Mu should be coming in his direction, but now he was not. Fortunately, he was not too far away, so he could still feel his aura. Otherwise, he would have missed him. Since he had sensed it, Chu Mu was doomed. Yu Daosheng tried his best to hide his aura and quickly flew through the astral wind layer, rapidly approaching Chu Mu. Chu Mu's sixth senses had always been sharp. Although he did not sense Yu Daosheng's aura approaching him, a sense of crisis arose in his heart, as if there was still danger lurking around. Other than the Tian clan, is there anyone else? Chu Mu thought. His divine soul swept past, but he did not feel anything. How sharp! The hidden Yu Daosheng's expression changed slightly. He never thought that, even though he had tried his best to hide his aura, he would still be discovered by the other party. The blood prison burning the heavens that was unleashed with 30% of his blood essence was mainly an increase in strength. As for the increase in speed, it was not as obvious as the increase in strength. Currently, Chu Mu had already flown an extremely far distance, almost flying out of the heavenly dragon region's territory. The heavenly Tao was in hot pursuit, and his hatred for Chu Mu could not be washed away even with all the water in the blue sea. Under the heaven's secret technique, the speed of the heavenly Tao doubled, and it was even faster than Chu Mu by a bit. The distance between the two was still closing. Seeing this scene, Yu Daosheng's eyes lit up. Immediately, A tyrannical aura erupted from his body. The sky changed. A huge white and a huge black appeared out of thin air, spinning like a huge millstone. The terrifying aura seemed to want to crush the earth. The sudden change caused Chu Mu to be greatly alarmed. A strong sense of danger swept over him, causing his hair to stand on end. The black and white wheels, he knew that this was the attack of a peerless expert from the black-white round palace. Daozi's saint body had already been destroyed by him, leaving behind a primordial spirit to escape. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. Moreover, the power emitted by this black and white wheel was clearly above the first refining level of Daozi. Without a doubt, the person who attacked was the second refining peerless expert of the black-white round palace. There were pursuers behind, and there were strong enemies in front. Chu Mu was attacked from both sides, and for a time he was in a dangerous situation. The black and white will fell from the sky, suppressing the heavens and shattering the earth. An incomparably terrifying aura struck Chu Mu's body. That kind of pressure caused Chu Mu's body to tremble. The blood-red light flickered, as if it was about to be extinguished. Chu Mu's speed was also hindered and directly decreased. But Tian Dao Ji, who was chasing behind him, was not affected at all. In an instant, he closed the distance between him and Chu Mu. He stretched out a finger, crystal clear, and turned into a giant finger like a sword, piercing towards Chu Mu. The giant finger was milky white and exuded a noble and holy aura. But when it touched down, the void collapsed, and it carried with it an astonishing will of destruction. It was a pincer attack. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu knew that this time there was no way to avoid it. Since I can't avoid it, then let's fight. With a low shout, he mobilized all of his power. The power of the sword god Descend's secret technique was also activated in an instant. The sharpness of the sword was increased tenfold, and the sword domain change was activated. The power of the two swords was increased again, to the extreme by 5 times. The sword domain change increased the power of the sword by 5 times. The blood prison burns the heavens by 7 times, and the sword god Descend's secret technique by 10 times. In total, it was an increase of 22 times. The power of the metal spirit emerged, and traces of gold were injected into the two swords. Suddenly, the sharpness of the two swords was increased again. The two swords crossed, and the sword light was incomparably bright, like a brand engraved in the space. Sword form, heaven and earth cross slash. This was the most powerful attack that Chu Mu could unleash after he gathered all of his power. It was enough to instantly kill a peak first refinement expert and threaten a second refinement expert. However, the giant black wheel and the giant white wheel were the ultimate moves of Yu Daosheng, a beginner second refinement expert. Its power was extremely strong, far surpassing that of a first refinement expert. The giant black wheel and the giant white wheel came crashing down from the sky. The incomparably bright heaven and earth cross slash sword light went against the flow, and the two instantly collided. Behind Chu Mu, the extreme point of the heaven's finger, the milky white giant finger that carried a sense of holiness and destruction, was also closing in rapidly. The terrifying aura made Chu Mu's hair stand on end. An obscure sound rang out continuously. It was the sound of the heaven and earth cross sword light colliding with the giant black and white wheel. Sparks flew everywhere, but Chu Mu did not dare to stop at all, because the giant finger behind him was closing in rapidly. The powerful aura it gave him was even stronger and more dangerous than the giant black and white wheel. Cutting path. As it closed in, Chu Mu attacked again. Both of his swords exploded continuously, and streaks of sword light that could cut through the void wreaked havoc. The giant black and white wheel was powerful, but it could not shatter the sword light of the heaven and earth cross slash. It could only crush it bit by bit. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu's cutting path sword form, which was more than 20 times stronger, immediately broke open the giant black and white wheel, tearing a crack in it. Seizing the fleeting crack, Chu-Mu transformed into a sword light and entered it, coming out from behind the giant black and white wheel. At the same time, the giant milky white finger fell and hit the giant black and white wheel. The heaven and earth cross sword light collapsed in an instant, and the giant milky white finger hit the giant black and white wheel. The already damaged giant black and white wheel suddenly trembled, and cracks spread all over it. The giant milky white finger also trembled, and its speed was restrained. Yu Daoxing's sneak attack had allowed Ji Tian to seize the opportunity to attack. He thought that he could keep Chu-Mu here, but he never imagined that he would be used by Chu-Mu to win himself a chance to escape. The two of them were shocked and angry. The giant black and white wheel shattered, and Yu Daoxing immediately chased after Chu-Mu. The giant milky white finger also dissipated in the air. Ji Tian's complexion became even uglier, as if he had been played for a fool. "Your Excellency from the Celestials, let's join hands and kill Chu-Mu." Yu Daoxing chased after him as he sent a sound transmission to Ji Tian. "Your Excellency from the Black and White Round Palace, do your best to block Chu-Mu and slow him down. I will attack and kill him in one fell swoop." Ji Tian took a deep breath and replied, "All right." Yu Daoxing replied. He attacked once more. His eyes blinked, and his pupils rapidly changed. One eye turned white and the other black, as if two giant black and white wheels had appeared. His aura also underwent an obvious change, as if he was in harmony with the world. On his left was a white aura, and on his right was a black aura, black and white limitless. Yu Daoxing's tone became extremely cold and emotionless. He waved his hands, one black and the other white. It was as if he was holding up two suns. The black and white colors appeared in the sky, and an astonishing might descended from the sky. Suddenly, a strange change occurred in the sky. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, countless white and black auras intertwined and finally converged into a circle. It was like an incomparably huge wheel, with one side white and the other black. "Turn!" The giant black and white wheel was like a wheel. Under Yu Daoxing's command, it slowly began to turn. A rumbling sound rang out, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were rumbling, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping endlessly. An incomparably terrifying aura descended from the sky, suppressing down from the sky. The space under the giant black and white wheel seemed to be imprisoned, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it. Chu-Mu, who was flying at high speed, was directly impacted by the black and white limitless. His speed suddenly dropped, and he almost stopped in the sky. That terrifying suppression was unbearable for him. Powerful, it was simply too powerful. "Good chance you're going to die." Tian Daoji's eyes lit up. He suddenly opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the world. His holy aura became more and more intense. Then it turned into a shocking, milky white beam of light, shooting into the sky. The wind and clouds surged, and a white vortex appeared like an inverted funnel. The chi of heaven and earth surged wildly, turning into dragons that gathered together. Tens of thousands of dragons roared, and the sky and earth turned upside down. Tian Daoji's aura seemed to merge with the sky. Yu Daoxing's eyes flashed with fear, as if he knew what kind of ultimate move Tian Daoji was about to use. The divine clan claimed to be the descendants of the gods, representing the heavens and enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. "This move is called heavenly judgment. I'll send you on your way." Tian Daoji's eyes were cold and emotionless, as indifferent as the heavens. My novel, The Lone God of the Sword, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Dread, and follow. Hurry! Chapter 1901. At this moment, the various forces in the world became extremely chaotic and violent. Endless chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. Countless bolts of lightning shuttled through it. The wind howled and the lightning flashed. Wind and thunder intertwined. The incomparably huge inverted funnel-shaped vortex spun rapidly, emitting an extremely frightening aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Tian Dao Ji's eyes were cold and emotionless, as if they represented the heavenly Dao. The huge black and white wheel was also affected by this incomparably violent inverted funnel-shaped vortex and gradually broke apart. The suppression that Chumu was under instantly dissipated, but the pressure produced by the inverted funnel-shaped vortex seemed to be even stronger. The endless chi of heaven and earth was like knives and swords. The knives and swords cut through Chumu as if they wanted to cut him into pieces, but they could do nothing to him. Under the terrifying pressure, Chumu raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes lit up, and there seemed to be sword light flashing in the depths of his pupils. He stared at the inverted funnel-shaped vortex in the sky with boundless sharpness. He could clearly feel that an extremely frightening aura was being nurtured in the depths of that inverted funnel-shaped vortex. It quickly condensed and locked onto him, giving him a feeling that he would not be able to escape no matter where he went. And intuition told Chumu that it was not just a feeling. He was really locked onto and unable to escape. In the face of such a powerful force, Yu Daosheng was afraid of being affected and had already retreated far away. The black and white infinity had also dissipated quickly because he had given up. Otherwise, he could have continued to persevere, but the price he had to pay was that he would be injured. His expression was solemn as he looked at the indifferent Ji Tian Dao with fear and trepidation in his eyes. "Since I can't escape, I'll cut you into pieces." Taking a deep breath, the sword light in the depths of his eyes shone brightly. With the eternal spiritual sword and the silver light spiritual sword in his hands, the sword light became dazzling. Heaven unleashes its murderous intent. Earth surges with murderous tribulation. With a silent chant, endless violent yuan qi of heaven and earth gushed out. Waves of power also spread out from the ground, pouring in from the top of his head and from the bottom of his feet. With his body as the carrier, the sky and the earth met. The two forces collided and intertwined in his body. Then, together with Chumu's own power, they poured into the two swords in his hands. "Is this your final struggle? If the heavens want you to die, you must die. Heavenly Dao, judgment." Ji Tian Dao raised his hand and pointed it at the huge inverted funnel-shaped vortex in the sky. At this moment, the vortex was tainted with traces of gray aura. That gray aura was filled with destruction, capable of destroying the world and all things. There was nothing it could not destroy. The moment his voice fell, Tian Dao Ji raised his hand and pointed forward, pointing at Chumu. At the same time, a milky white hand stretched out from the huge funnel-shaped vortex. It was crystal clear like a perfect work of art. However, traces of gray aura circled around the finger, forming lines on it. Heavenly Dao Judgment. It was an extremely powerful secret technique of the Tian clan. Only peerless experts could cultivate it. The Heavenly Dao Judgment used by different Tian clan members was different in form, but they all had one thing in common. It was that their power was extremely tyrannical and incomparably shocking, as if it represented the power of the Heavenly Dao. Once struck by the Heavenly Dao Judgment, one would definitely suffer an extremely obvious injury. Even one's soul would be injured to the point of shattering. Normally, the peerless experts of the Tian clan would not use this move, because using such an ultimate move would be a huge burden to them. But now, in order to kill Chumu, Tian Dao Ji had no choice but to use this move. He also firmly believed that under this move, Chumu would definitely die. Even his soul would completely disappear. There would no longer be any traces of his existence between heaven and earth. The milky white finger pointed down in the air, pressing down on Chumu, as if it wanted to crush Chu-Mu to death like an ant. Heavenly slaughter, earthly calamity. Chu-Mu's eyes shot out sword light. He raised his two swords and slashed down. The two sword light that carried the power of the heavens and the earth, as well as all of his strength, moved in the same trajectory, one after the other, as they both slashed towards the milky white finger. Under the two sword light, the space was directly cut open, as if the edge of a blade had cut through a piece of white paper. Yu Daoxing's body trembled, and his expression changed. These two sword light made him feel fearful. These two swords were enough to threaten him. If he faced them head-on, if he was not careful, he could be killed. Only at the first refinement. But he had the strength to kill an early second refinement. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. This kind of talent was truly frightening. He must die. Yu Daoxing clenched his fists. Now the relationship between him and Chu-Mu was like fire and water. If Chu-Mu did not die, the black, white-round palace would definitely face a calamity in the future. He only hoped that Tian Dao, Ji's, heavenly Dao judgment would be able to kill him. Just as Yu Daoxing had this thought, the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style and heavenly Dao judgment collided. Both stopped in the void, and one breath seemed to last forever. Break! Tian Dao Ji's cold and emotionless eyes stared. The two sword light trembled. Under heavenly Dao judgment's finger, the first crack appeared, followed by the second and third. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks covered the two sword light. With a press of the finger, the two sword light instantly shattered, turning into countless sword light that shot in all directions. Each sword light cut open the void, like a black spider web entrenched in the void. The milky white finger was obstructed, and its speed was reduced. Even though it had shattered the two sword light had also left behind a slash mark on the finger. It had also dispersed much of the gray aura on the finger, causing the fingerprints on the finger to become blurry, and its power was greatly reduced. Chu-Mu could not escape, because he was locked in place. He could only take it head-on. Now that he had used the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style once, his body could withstand it once, and it had not reached its limit. However, he could not use it a second time, nor did he have the time to do so. Heavenly cross slash. The heavenly cross sword light pierced through the air and struck the finger, but it also dissipated in an instant. After his first attack failed, Chu-Mu continued to explode, and the heavenly cross sword light struck again and again. Another 3 heavenly cross slashes were unleashed, and all of them struck the milky white finger, leaving a cross-shaped sword mark. The speed of the finger was once again obstructed, and the gray aura on it dissipated a little. Its power was further reduced, but it still landed. 6-path sword style. 6 pitch-black vortexes were arranged in a straight line, and a powerful suction force emerged. With a press of the finger, the first pitch-black vortex was destroyed, and then the second one was destroyed. The 6 pitch-black vortexes were all destroyed by the finger, and it was pointed at Chu-Mu's body. The 2 swords were crossed in front of him, and his power was completely unleashed. Even Chu-Mu used the eternal sword intent. The destructive power of the annihilation sword intent was stronger, but in terms of defense, the eternal sword intent was the best. Under such circumstances, Chu-Mu had no choice but to risk using the eternal sword intent. As expected, once the eternal sword intent was used, the annihilation sword intent that was about to take shape immediately fluctuated, showing signs of collapsing. However, in the current situation, he could not care less. An indescribable power instantly bombarded the 2 cross swords. The 2 swords bent inwards, and all the power on the swords vibrated in that instant, as if they were about to shatter. Under the pressure, the space around Chu-Mu immediately collapsed. Cracks spread out, and strands of blackness swam around. The finger kept pressing downwards, and Chu-Mu's swords were bent close to his chest. His sternum was almost broken, and his internal organs were trembling. His essence and blood were in a frenzy, and his whole body was pressed downwards. The space behind him collapsed, and more cracks appeared, becoming thicker and thicker. The power on the two swords was gradually broken down, and the pressure was increasing. With a bang, the space behind Chu Mu collapsed to the extreme and finally shattered. With a thought, Chu Mu tried his best to use the art of dispersing force, directing the power to bombard the space behind him and making it shatter faster. The power of the finger was too strong, and Chu Mu knew that he was no match for it. If this continued, he would most likely be killed here, which was not the result he wanted. Therefore, he could only shatter the space behind him, escape into it, and rely on luck to decide whether he lived or died. With a cracking sound, the space behind him completely shattered, turning into a human-sized black hole. Chu Mu immediately retreated, shrinking into it. The milky white finger also pointed into the black hole. Then the finger trembled and cracks appeared all over the finger, and it shattered. Inside the black hole was spatial turbulence, and its power was shocking. The finger was attacked by Chu Mu again and again, and it was weakened continuously. In the end, it resisted Chu Mu, and its power was weakened again. However, it still chased into the spatial crack and finally collapsed. The human-sized black hole emitted an incomparably shocking aura, as if it could devour everything. Chu Mu's figure had already disappeared. Yu Daosheng looked at the black hole with a face full of fear. He unconsciously retreated a little, as if this was the safest way. With the finger shattered, Tian Dao Ji also came out of that state. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. His face was pale, and he looked like he had overused his power and injured himself. His body swayed, and it seemed like he could not maintain his flying posture, and would fall at any time. He hurriedly took out an elixir and quickly adjusted himself so that he did not fall. With the heavenly judgment that he used at the early stage of the second refining, its power was terrifying. It could even kill someone at the middle stage of the second refining, and it could even threaten someone at the advanced stage of the second refining. Such a huge increase naturally came with a heavy price. He had used up all his power, and his source was injured. It would probably take a few years for him to recover. However, it was worth it. Even though he did not personally see Chu Mu being strangled alive, he saw him fall into the black hole. Even the heavenly judgment could not withstand its power. One could imagine that Chu Mu would die without a doubt, and everything would be reduced to nothing. To be able to kill Chu Mu and remove a future strong enemy for the divine race, not to mention a little bit of damage to his source. Even if most of it was damaged, it would be worth it. When he returned, the elders of the race would not treat him unfairly. On the contrary, he would definitely be rewarded. Not only would he be able to recover his damaged source in a short period of time, but he would also be able to become stronger, and his own strength would increase. Peerless powerhouse of the black, white, round palace, you have helped. I will report this to the elders. When the time comes, the divine race will reward the black, white, round palace. Go back and wait for the news. After Tian Dao Ji recovered a little, he looked at Yu Daosheng and said lightly. His superior attitude was so obvious. The novel Lone God of the Way of the Sword will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread, and follow. Hurry! Chapter 1902. Cloud Source City floated thousands of meters high in the sky, surrounded by countless white clouds. It was like a fairyland. At the Tianji Tower, the Tianji Formation was activated, covering the entire area. Tianji Zi stood at the top of the tower, receiving the support of the Tianji Formation as he divined again. In Tianji Zi's eyes, the world changed. Countless figures flashed by, and finally fixed on Chu Mu's figure. A black torrent appeared from nothingness and rushed forward, drowning Chu Mu's figure, taking it away and disappearing into nothingness. That black torrent had an unfathomable power. Tianji Zi's eyes trembled, and all the scenes collapsed. Dark red blood with traces of noble gold seeped out from the corner of his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and stopped the divining. Tianji Zi's body swayed, and he took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, his face pale. Although the divining just now had a result, he also suffered some backlash. Fortunately, he had the support of the Tianji formation. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. He didn't know how many years it would take to recover. This is worth it. Chu Mu falling into the spatial black hole is real. He's dead for sure. Tianji spoke with complete confidence. Very swiftly, this news spread to the ears of the elders of the celestial race. They were all extremely happy. And because of this, Tiandaoji also received a great reward. His origin injuries were quickly healed, and he also obtained a great opportunity. His strength would surely rise within a short period of time. Two figures flew at high speed, bringing with them layers of air waves as they tore through the sky. They quickly entered the Sky Dragon domain. They were the 5 heavenly generals, Zhan Wukong and Zhan Wuying, who were sent by the warlord to kill Chu Mu. They were both second refinement experts. They didn't know that Chu Mu had fallen into the spatial black hole. Golden sand covered the ground. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light, as if there were countless grains of golden sand. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled down. The blue sea was sparkling, and when the wind blew, it brought along tiny waves that overlapped with each other, making countless soft, whistling sounds. The crashing sounds were so pleasing to the ears of the fishermen who had made a living on the sea for generations. The gentle waves were endless, constantly crashing, and would always wash some things floating on the sea, such as driftwood, to the edge of the beach. Sometimes the fishermen could pick up some good things. At this time, a black shadow rose and fell in the waves, constantly being driven. Finally, it approached the edge of the beach, and under the force of the waves, it landed on the beach. At this time it was low tide. After the figure landed on the golden beach, it was no longer swept away by the sea. When the sea rushed over, it only made the figure sway slightly. There's someone here. Look, there's still some aura. Bring him back. Endless black torrents, each containing an extremely terrifying power, wreaked havoc in all directions and could destroy everything. That black color covered the sky and the earth, and it was all in sight. The body was wrapped in a layer of green light, bobbing up and down in the black torrent. As the waves flowed, the green light became weaker and weaker. The moment when he felt that he was about to die, he suddenly woke up. It was as if he had a nightmare. His whole body was covered in sweat, and waves of indescribable pain spread inside and outside his body. He couldn't move, and even his spiritual world seemed to be shattered. The pain was incomparable. This kind of pain was almost unbearable. He had just woken up and then fainted again. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Mu woke up again. As soon as he woke up, the pain swept over him like a tide. Every part of his body was trembling, and the tearing feeling of his spiritual world was still there. Fortunately, he could barely bear it. The strong willpower that had been tempered thousands of times took effect again, and Chu Mu endured this kind of pain. Very soon, he straightened out everything. The peerless second refinement expert of the divine clan, Tiandaoji, had used heavenly judgment. Its power was too strong, and he couldn't resist it even if he used all his strength. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow the force to blast open the void behind him and escape into the black hole in order to find a way out. Compared to being killed directly, escaping into the spatial black hole was a last resort. Now, it seemed that he was lucky that he did not die in the spatial black hole. However, his situation was not very good. His body was covered with injuries both inside and outside. His injuries were so serious that even the life force of his divine body, which was far more powerful than an ordinary peak level 9 divine body, combined with the life force of the wood phase origin, could not heal him. In addition to the injuries on his body, even his spiritual world was severely damaged. It could be said that this was the most serious injury Chu Mu had suffered since his debut. There were traces of black energy in his body, which belonged to the power of spatial turbulence. They were constantly destroying Chu Mu's body, and Chu Mu's body was constantly recovering. As the two sides were fighting, only by expelling or exhausting the black energy could Chu Mu's body truly recover. Fortunately, after leaving the black hole, the black energy lost its support and could only be constantly exhausted. Chu Mu's life force, on the other hand, was derived from his own body and the wood aspect origin's output. It was almost endless. This was a small village with a population of only a little over 100. For generations, they relied on fishing for a living. There were no cultivators in the village. In front of the village was an endless sea, and behind the village was a mountain that was a few 100 meters tall. However, the mountain was a little barren, and the trees were sparse. Moreover, it was slightly withered. It was obviously impossible for any beasts to survive in such a barren mountain. Fortunately, the villagers had been fishermen for generations, so they did not need to rely on the barren mountain for a living. A figure slowly walked up the rugged mountain path. His face was a little pale, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. However, there was a smile on his face as he looked up. After climbing around 300 meters, he stopped on a protruding rock. Sitting on the rock, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sea. The azure sea stretched as far as the eye could see. It was vast and majestic, making people feel extremely comfortable just by looking at it. Chu Mu took in a deep breath. The wind from the sea became gentle, causing the strands of hair in front of his forehead to ruffle gently. This place was remote, so he did not know which region it belonged to. He could only confirm that he was still in the deep blue world. This was something worth rejoicing over. The energy of the world is too thin. It looks like I won't be able to recover that quickly, Chu Mu muttered to himself. The damage to his spiritual world caused him to temporarily be unable to use the power of his soul. Under such circumstances, he was unable to take out the pills in his interspatial ring to speed up the recovery of his injuries. He could only rely on his own life force to slowly recover. He wondered how his spiritual world was after it was damaged. At that time, he had no choice but to use the eternal sword intent, causing the annihilation sword intent that had yet to fully form to fluctuate. As for the power of the heavenly judgment, it had also entered the spiritual world bit by bit. It could be said that the damage to Chu Mu's spiritual world was related to one or both of these. He only hoped that it was not too serious. At a time like this, there was no point in being anxious. He might as well put down his anxiety and use a calm attitude to enjoy the rare peace. Perhaps the divine race thinks that I'm already dead. Chu Mu muttered to himself again. Unfortunately, I'm still alive. Furthermore, I will recover. When I become even stronger, it will be a disaster for all of you, all of my enemies. Chu Mu's eyesight had always been outstanding. Even if his body and spiritual world were severely damaged, he was still more outstanding than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he could see the distant seaside. There were fishing boats approaching and docking on the beach. The fishermen who went out to the sea to fish in the village had returned. The mountain wind blew, gradually bringing with it a trace of coldness. The current Chu Mu's body was severely injured. He was only slightly better than an ordinary person. Therefore, he felt cold. He tightened the robe on his body. It had been a long time since he experienced the feeling of an ordinary person. It was as if he was reliving it. It was a kind of aftertaste. The sun was setting in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Chu Mu's face, making him feel a trace of warmth. This coldness and warmth coexisted. The feeling of being born in the world was so clear. Bit by bit, it was a kind of enlightenment. Perhaps he didn't know what use it had now, but accumulating it was always a good thing. Big brother Chu, my father, and the others have returned from fishing. A cheerful voice rang out like a golden bell. It was very pleasing to the ear. It was carried by the mountain wind into Chu Mu's ears. Chu Mu looked down. At the foot of the mountain, there was a person shouting with both hands in the shape of a trumpet. It was a young girl, the fisherman's daughter, Zhang Xiaohuan. She had just turned 18 years old. Her hair was tied up in 2 braids. She had a charming face and always had a smile on her face. She was like a fairy without worries. That day, it was her and her younger brother, Zhang Xiao, who had brought Chu Mu back from the seaside. Moreover, they had always taken care of him. They had saved Chu Mu's life. When he was with this happy and carefree girl, Chu Mu would always forget about other things and enjoy the peaceful life he had now. Perhaps in his life he would only have this period, and it wouldn't be for too long. After replying to Zhang Xiaohuan, Chu Mu stood up and walked to the other side of the boulder. He walked down again and slowly returned along the path he had come from. It took him nearly a quarter of an hour to cover the height of 1,000 feet. He arrived at the foot of the mountain. Big brother Chu, my father caught a huge fish that weighed over 100 kilograms. This fish has lived for a long time, so it must be very nourishing. It'll be just nice for you to nourish your body. Zhang Xiaohuan happily grabbed Chu Mu's arm and pulled him along, quickly walking towards the village. The setting sun shone on the two of them, casting 2 shadows behind them. One was tall and the other was short. They walked side by side. In the distance, the fishermen who had just returned from fishing were all carrying today's harvest and returning to the fishing village. The fresh fish would allow them to enjoy a good meal. As for the remaining fish, they would be dried or pickled, or used to exchange for other food with other villages or stored. When they couldn't go out to sea, they would be used as backup food to ensure that they could survive until they could go out to sea again to fish. This was the daily life of the fishermen in the fishing village. It was plain and real. The novel, The Lone God of the Way of the Sword, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 1903. Big Brother Chu Mu. How about you be my brother-in-law? Zhang Xiao approached Chu Mu and whispered, "You're so mischievous." Chu Mu patted Zhang Xiao's head lightly and laughed. "I'm already 15. I'm not young anymore." Zhang Xiao shook her head unhappily and mumbled. Immediately her eyes lit up. "I can see that my sister must have fallen for Big Brother Chu. Let's go. The annual market is about to begin." Chu Mu said helplessly. He naturally knew that Zhang Xiaohuan had feelings for him. Chu Mu could understand her feelings. The small fishing village had a population of about 100 families. Almost 1/3 of them were young people. They had been living in the fishing village for generations, fishing for a living. Chu Mu floated over from the sea. To them, he was an outsider. This was enough to arouse the curiosity of many young people. They were curious about what the outside world was like. As for Chu Mu, in terms of appearance, he couldn't be considered a handsome man, but he was still better looking than normal people. Most importantly, his temperament was that of a peerless sword cultivator. Even if it was affected by his injuries, he still stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens in this small fishing village. A young girl yearning for love. He was also a man who was different from the common ones. His temperament was extraordinary, his background was mysterious, and he was full of attraction. Moreover, from his appearance, Chu Mu looked like he was only in his 20s. Even though he knew Zhang Xiaohuan's feelings, even though Zhang Xiaohuan could be considered as Chu Mu's savior, Chu Mu would not accept Zhang Xiaohuan's feelings. This was because they were not from the same world. The deep blue world and the ancient god world, cultivators and ordinary people. No matter which one it was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. Therefore, Chu Mu pretended not to know. He only treated Zhang Xiaohuan as a sister. Speaking of which, his age was enough to be Zhang Xiaohuan's ancestor. The bazaar was held once a year at the foot of a mountain. At first, it was a place for different villages to exchange local specialties. Gradually, more and more villages joined in, forming a certain scale that eventually developed into a bazaar. Currently, there were already more than a dozen villages participating in the market. If one walked quickly, it would take about 5 or 6 days to reach the market from the fishing village. It should be known that although the population of the fishing village was not large, and they were not cultivators, they had been fishermen for generations. They went out to sea to catch fish, which made their bodies very strong. Moreover, some of the big fish in the sea had lived for a long time. The meat contained rich nutrients, and the soup made from the bones could replenish qi and blood, strengthen the muscles and bones. Therefore, the fishermen in the small fishing village were all very strong. It was not a big problem for them to lift 1,000 pounds. When they walked quickly, it was as if they were galloping horses. This time, a total of 11 people from the fishing village were going to participate in the annual bazaar. There were supposed to be 10 people, but Chu Mu had joined in at the moment. It had been a few months since Chu Mu had arrived in the fishing village. Part of his injuries had healed, allowing him to completely crush ordinary people. Even some of the weaker cultivators were no match for him. What made Chu Mu helpless was that he still had not opened his spiritual world, so he could not use his interspatial ring. Otherwise, his injuries would have healed faster. Since he was staying in the fishing village for the time being, Chu Mu naturally could not freeload. Therefore, he would go out to sea to catch fish sometimes. This was a new experience for Chu Mu, and he was never tired of it. He applied some of his understanding to fishing, which was almost always successful. Every time he went out to catch fish, the harvest would be several times greater than before. As a result, everyone in the fishing village thought more highly of Chu Mu. The fishing village relied on the sea for a living, and fishing was their profession. It had been passed down from generation to generation. To them, fishing was not only a way to prolong their lives, but it was also a kind of belief. Chu Mu also sensed more calmness and reality from interacting with ordinary people. The smoky aura around him gradually calmed down, like an ancient well. Intuition told Chu Mu that this might delay him for a while, but it was also beneficial to him. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, his injuries recovered slowly, so there was no need to rush. This time he had volunteered to participate in the annual bazaar. He might be able to gain something if he walked around. The 11 people, including Chu Mu, were all pulling a trailer. The trailers were piled with small hills of dried fish. Each trailer weighed several thousand pounds. Zhang Xiao was only 15 years old, but she was very strong. She could easily lift up to 400 pounds. Therefore, it was not a big problem for her to drag a trailer filled with dried fish. When Chu Mu and the others arrived at the bazaar, people from other villages had already arrived and set up stalls. Chu Mu glanced over and saw that the items on the stalls from different villages were all different. There were jars and jars. One of them was open, giving out a strong wine aroma. Chu Mu noticed that the people from the fishing village could not help but sniff. They looked like they were about to drool. Some stalls were selling mountain products such as ginseng, polygonum, multiflorum, and so on. They were all dried. There were also some stalls that sold dried vegetables. After all, they had to travel for a few days. After the transaction was completed, it would take a few more days before they could bring the dried vegetables back to the village. Without good preservation methods, they could only bring back a batch of rotten vegetables. As for preservation methods, ordinary people had them, but they were very limited. Therefore, they could only make dried vegetables or pickle them. Dried vegetables could be melted after being boiled. They did not taste as good as fresh vegetables, but they were still good. Soon, the people from the fishing village also set up stalls. Batches of dried fish were placed. The smell of the sea and fish filled the air, making the people in the nearby stalls sniff hard. Different villages had different specialties. They bartered and agreed on the price. Then they immediately exchanged. Chu Mu left the stalls to other people to take care of. He stood up and planned to walk around. The bazaar was not very big. After all, it was only the scale of a dozen villages. The total number of people who came to the bazaar was less than 200. Not long after, Chu Mu had finished his stroll. In the end, he stopped at a stall selling fruits. The fruits did not look very fresh. They seemed to have lost a lot of water. Yet, Chu Mu's gaze was attracted by one of the fruits. Different from the other fruits, this one seemed to still retain enough moisture and looked plump. However, it was completely cyan in color, as if it hadn't ripened yet. It couldn't help but make one's mouth sour. How do you want to exchange these fruits? Chu Mu asked. What do you have? The stall owner was dressed like a farmer. Dried fish. I have a total of 300 pounds of these fruits. I'll give you 300 pounds of dried fish, Shan Nong said. Okay. Chu Mu did not bargain. What fruit is this? It looks like it's not ripe yet. Chu Mu pointed at the green fruit and asked, I don't know. I picked this fruit from a cliff on the mountain. It's a little sour, but after eating it you'll feel energetic, Shan Nong replied. Sounds good. Do you have more of this fruit? Chu Mu asked again. There are some others, but they are all under the cliff. It's very dangerous. I can't pick them. Shan Nong smiled. I wonder if you can take me to the cliff to have a look, Chu Mu said. I can give you an extra 100 pounds of dried fish as a reward. Shan Nong's eyes lit up when he heard that. He could get an extra 100 pounds of dried fish just by showing the way. It was a good deal. He immediately agreed. Now, pack up these fruits and follow me, Chu Mu said. He first picked up the green fruit and threw it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. It was indeed a little sour, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that after he ate the fruit, it turned into a weak, clear stream that flowed from the bottom to the top, flowing into his spiritual world. Instantly, his spiritual world, which was constantly in pain, seemed to have slowed down a little. Sure enough, Chu Mu's heart flashed with a touch of joy. There seemed to be hope for his spiritual world to recover faster. Perhaps such a simple life would be enjoyable, but it would not last long. Chu Mu naturally would not let go of a way to accelerate his spiritual world's recovery. After telling Zhang Xiao and the others, Chu Mu set off with Shan Nong. As for the 300 pounds of fruits, he let Zhang Xiao and the others take them back to the fishing village. Big brother Chu, will you come back? Zhang Xiao asked. Yes. Chu Mu smiled and patted Zhang Xiao's head. He would come back again, but by then it might be goodbye. Shan Nong's village was slightly bigger than the fishing village. It had a population of more than 200 families. It was located at the foot of the mountain. This mountain was a few thousand feet high. It was verdant and lush, full of vitality. It was completely different from the barren mountain of the fishing village. Therefore, the villagers of Luoshan village relied on the mountain to make a living. They went up the mountain to hunt or pick fruits. Some of them were eaten by themselves, some were made into jerky, and so on. They would trade with other villages or trade in large quantities at the annual market. Shan Nong quickly put away the 400 pounds of dried fish. After bidding farewell to his wife and child, he took Chu Mu up the mountain. For the people of Luoshan village, going up the mountain was a very common thing. Therefore, his wife and child did not miss him. They just reminded him to come back safely. Big brother, let's go. Shan Nong called Chu Mu. Let's go. Chu Mu nodded. Although he had only recovered a little from his injuries, his strong body still gave him strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Climbing up the mountain was a piece of cake for him. He walked as if he was flying. This surprised Shan Nong, who relied on the mountain for a living. Along the way, Shan Nong shared some of his experiences. Chu Mu also smiled and replied. The two of them quickly walked towards the cliff that Shan Nong mentioned. After about 4 hours, they arrived at the edge of the cliff. The novel Lone God of the Way of the Sword will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 1904. After bringing Chu Mu to the edge of the cliff, Shan Nong completed his deal with Chu Mu. However, he was still eager to wait for Chu Mu. Chu Mu asked him to go back first. Shan Nong looked at the sky. It was getting late. He thought of his wife and children at home, so he dismissed the idea of staying. Big brother, I'll come back tomorrow. Be careful, Shan Nong said, and turned to go down the mountain. After Shan Nong left, Chu Mu retracted his gaze. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His extraordinary eyesight allowed him to see more than 10 green fruits. They were the same ones that Chu Mu had eaten before. Green fruit, a kind of spiritual fruit. The green fruit was a kind of spiritual fruit and also a kind of spiritual medicine. However, spiritual medicine was often extraordinary. Even an ordinary person would be able to sense that it was extraordinary. However, the green fruit was different from ordinary spiritual medicine. It did not have any fluctuations in the chi of heaven and earth, nor would it emit any obvious fluctuations in spiritual power. Even some cultivators with profound cultivation would only treat the green fruit as an ordinary fruit if they did not recognize it, let alone an ordinary person. Chu Mu had received the inheritance of an alchemy grandmaster in his early years. In addition, he had read many ancient books and had an amazing knowledge of spiritual medicine. Therefore, he knew about the green fruit, which was a very rare spiritual fruit. Strictly speaking, the green fruit was not a high-level spiritual medicine. It was more ordinary and had only one use, which was to heal spiritual injuries. Of course, the effect was weaker. Chu Mu's spiritual world had been injured. To a certain extent, it could be considered a spiritual injury. The green fruit could naturally have some effect. This was also why he was so happy. The green fruit grew from the top to the bottom. The closest one was a few meters away from the cliff, while the lowest one was more than 10 meters away. For an ordinary person like Shan Nong, it was naturally very difficult to pick them. Although he had some methods, he had eaten those fruits before. They were sour and tasted bad. The only thing that helped him feel better after eating them was that they were of no help to him. So why should he take the risk? To Chu Mu, this wasn't difficult at all. In just a few moments, he arrived at the first green fruit and casually plucked it before tossing it into his mouth. Soon, more than a dozen green fruits fell into Chu Mu's mouth and turned into a clear stream. The clear stream flowed into his spiritual world and healed the damage to his spiritual world bit by bit. However, the level of the green fruit was not high, and it did not really target the spiritual world. Instead, it was on the spiritual level, so the effect was not very obvious. After consuming more than a dozen greeny fruits, Chu Mu could still feel that the tearing pain in his mind had lessened significantly. What a pity! If there were a few hundred greeny fruits, perhaps the spiritual world could be reopened, and the power of the soul could be used. Chu Mu thought to himself. Looking down, it was a little dark. Chu Mu hesitated for a moment before continuing to climb down. There was no reason. It was just a feeling. After descending for another few dozen meters, Chu Mu found another green fruit. However, it was blocked by some protruding rocks previously, so Chu Mu did not see it. The color of this green fruit was deeper. It was not pure green, but dark green. The medicinal effect of the dark green fruit should be stronger, Chu Mu thought to himself. He plucked the fruit and consumed it. Indeed, the clear stream was much stronger. With this harvest, Chu Mu was even more determined to climb down. Along the way down, there were endless harvests. Dark cyan-colored green intent fruits were continuously consumed. In a short period of time, Chu Mu had consumed another dozen dark cyan-colored green intent fruits. Each one's effects were 2 to 3 times better than the cyan-colored green intent fruits. This is Chu-Mu looked at the fruit in front of him in surprise. The fruit was black. No, it should be green. However, the color was very deep, so it looked black. This was indeed a greeny fruit, but it was much more effective than an ordinary greeny fruit. After consuming one, sure enough, the effect of this dark greeny fruit was 10 times better than the greeny fruit. Perhaps my spiritual world can be reopened here. Chu-Mu was quite happy in his heart. There were not many dark greeny fruits, but as Chu-Mu continued to descend, he still gained something. He plucked and consumed one fruit after another. The cool and comfortable feeling on the spiritual level reduced the pain of tearing. It also allowed Chu-Mu to concentrate more and transform in a good way. When he reached the bottom of the cliff, his feet landed on the ground. In front of him was the last greeny fruit. This greeny fruit was dark and pure. Is this the last one? With a thought, Chu-Mu removed all distracting thoughts. He plucked it and consumed it. A large clear stream, like the water of a long river, quickly flowed into the spiritual world. Suddenly, the spiritual world trembled, and a crack seemed to have appeared in the original seal. Open! With a strong will and the help of the clear stream of the greeny fruit that had not been consumed, Chu-Mu bombarded the crack as if he had pushed open a door. This feeling that he had not felt in a long time made Chu-Mu extremely excited, but also extremely nervous. How was the spiritual world? Was it broken? As Chu-Mu's consciousness entered the spiritual world, he was stunned. The spiritual world was not broken. It was just that there were some major injuries that could be recovered. The annihilation sword intent, which he thought would collapse, had returned to its original state. The eternal sword intent was still suppressing it as if he had never used it. However, in this spiritual world, there was a very unfamiliar power. That power was like smoke and mist, and it carried an extreme aura. It was high and mighty, as if it represented the will of the sky. Although it was unfamiliar, Chu-Mu recognized it. This power was the power that the heavenly Tao judgment had blasted into his spiritual world that day. It was also the power that had caused his spiritual world to be injured and even sealed. Now, it seemed that for some reason, this power was quietly staying in Chu-Mu's spiritual world. His consciousness mobilized the power of his soul and approached the smoke-like power. It was very gentle and did not cause any backlash. Chu-Mu carefully sensed it, and from it he could feel a kind of majesty and loftiness that belonged to the heavens. The heavenly Tao is powerful, and it judges all living things in the world. The people of the Tian clan claim to be the descendants of the gods, and they claim to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Although they are arrogant, they have some ability. Chu-Mu thought, this kind of power cannot be considered the true power of the heavenly Tao. However, it contains a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao. Even if it is very weak, it is still relative. How powerful was the power of the heavenly Tao? Even a saint emperor might not be able to withstand it, let alone a mere peerless expert. This kind of power could be called the power of the heavenly Tao. Compared to the true power of the heavenly Tao, perhaps it was less than 1/10,000th, but it was still very shocking. Perhaps I can refine this power of the heavenly Tao. A thought flashed through Chu-Mu's mind. He had a sword style called Heaven's Might. It was very powerful. If he could integrate the power of the heavenly Tao, its power would definitely increase greatly. But before I refine it, I still need to recover from my injuries, he thought to himself. With a move of his soul, he immediately took out a pill from his space ring. His space ring was very large and stored many things. There were more than 100 kinds of pills in it. Although the pills that could heal the wounds of the spiritual world were very precious, Chu-Mu just happened to have a bottle, which was his spoils of war. He took out the pill and consumed it. A cool stream of air flowed into his spiritual world. As it flowed, it constantly consumed his energy. At the same time, it also healed the various wounds of his spiritual world. These pills were extremely valuable. Every single one of them had shocking effects. Just a single pill would be enough to heal the slightly more severe wounds of the spiritual world. However, Chumu had to refine 5 of them before he could fully recover. This was enough to show how severe the wounds of his spiritual world were. Now that the wounds of his spiritual world were healed, Chumu felt rather excited. He had not felt this for a long time. Next, I need to heal the wounds of my body, he thought to himself. Muttering to himself, Chumu took out another pill. It was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Sunjin. After consuming one of the pills, a powerful vitality swept through his body, replenishing Chumu's blood essence and making it stronger. The black aura that was like a maggot in one's bones began to be consumed bit by bit under the impact of the gradually strengthening blood essence. Chumu's life force and the life force of the wood aspect's origin also joined in. The 3 sides encircled and suppressed the black aura. Sure enough, with the help of the pills, the wounds of his body healed many times faster than before. One pill after another was refined by Chumu. His blood essence was constantly recovering and strengthening. The black aura that was entrenched in his body and hindering the recovery of his injuries gradually decreased. This black aura was incomparably tenacious. Just a little bit of it had astonishing power. If it were not for this, with Chumu's powerful life force and the support of the wood aspect's origin, he would have driven it away long ago. There would not have been a need to wait until today. The sky was dark, and the bottom of the cliff was pitch black. No one knew that there was a person in this place. As Yi Futian continued to refine, the black aura became less and less. When the last wisp of black aura was defeated by Chumu, his body trembled. His blood essence, which had returned to its original state, was pure and red. It was like the water of a great river, surging in his blood vessels. There seemed to be thunder rumbling. Countless roaring sounds rolled out. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The ground around him shattered and collapsed. Vaguely, it seemed to have turned into a vacuum domain. Just by relying on the strength of his body, the aura that spread out could form a vacuum domain around him. It was enough to show the strength of his body. It was unimaginable. Gradually, the surging blood essence calmed down and returned to its normal speed. Chumu exhaled. That aura was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void and disappearing. The feeling of having his divine body completely recovered was really good. He got up and clenched his fists. A cracking sound immediately rang out. It seemed that as long as he made a move, he could easily destroy this 1,000-foot-tall cliff. It was not an illusion. He could really do it. Suddenly, Chumu felt an extremely weak aura fluctuation. The novel, The Lone God of the Way of the Sword, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right and add friend. Search for the public account, dread, and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 1905. A normal green fruit was pure green in color. However, the dark green or even dark green fruit that was discovered later belonged to the mutated variety. One mutation might be a coincidence, but there must be a reason for 2 mutations. I think I've found the reason, Chumu muttered to himself. Just now, after he recovered his spiritual world, he could use all of his soul power. His 6 senses were also at their peak, and he felt traces of unusual fluctuations. Logically speaking, in a place like this, where the chi of heaven and earth was thin, there should not be any treasures. However, those traces of energy fluctuations alerted Chumu. Combined with the situation of the green fruit, he determined that there must be something unusual here. His soul power immediately spread out, and his 6 senses were at their peak. Those traces of energy seemed like an illusion, disappearing without a trace. His sword realm spread out, covering all directions. His heart sword was activated, and the power of the heart of the sword spread out. Chumu used everything that could be used. At this moment, the sky was pitch black. Only a few cold stars twinkled, as if they were telling him something. Time passed slowly. Chumu was very patient. He firmly believed that his judgment would not be wrong. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Chumu's eyes flashed as he finally caught a glimpse of that aura fluctuation. The first time, it was an unintentional feeling. The second time, he caught it intentionally. Since he caught it, he would not miss it. Following the traces of energy fluctuations, Chumu caught it with all his might and extended it. "It's here!" His eyes flashed as if they were condensed into two sword light. He pointed his finger forward, like a sword unsheathing from its scabbard. As the sword light flashed, a trace of it pierced through the void and tore the mountain wall in front of him. After his wounds healed and his cultivation recovered, Chumu's strength had reached the pinnacle of first refinement. He was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't use his sword and merely pointed his finger, he had the powerful strength to kill a bright young sword saint. How could a mere normal mountain wall block that? The power of the finger continued forward, tearing holes in the mountain wall. Finally, with a pop, the power of the finger shattered as if it had been blocked. Chumu dug out a passageway and went in. He went in for a few dozen meters before he was stopped. It was a transparent cover. It couldn't be seen, but it could be felt. The aura was emitted from the transparent cover. It was extremely weak. Even an exceptional first refinement expert would not be able to sense it. Even some second refinement experts who were not outstanding in their sixth sense would not be able to sense it. Chumu's sixth sense was extremely outstanding. Even some peerless second refinement experts might not be able to compare to it. In addition, he had grasped the essence of the heart and sword as one. The power of the heart of the sword was mysterious and boundless. Thus, he was able to sense the slight fluctuation of the aura. After carefully observing for a moment and making a few attempts, Chumu finally made his move. With the silver light spiritual sword in his hand, he used the sword intent as the main force and channeled all sorts of power into it. Instantly, the silver light on the sword shone brightly and finally gathered in front of him. He stabbed out with the sword, but it was silently blocked by an invisible protective cover. He continued to push the silver light spiritual sword forward. The protective cover that was stabbed by the tip of the sword began to cave in. "Break!" With a low shout, he channeled power into the sword once again. The sword trembled slightly and bent slightly. As Chumu continued to channel power, the sword became more and more bent. "Break!" The second sound rang out. Chumu channeled power into his wrist. Under the impact of the sword intent of tremors, the bent sword instantly straightened. A powerful force burst out and rushed to both sides. "Break!" The third sound rang out. The force that came from the recoil was forcefully blocked by Chumu. Then it merged with the force that came from his body and blasted out through the sword. The force was even more ferocious. A very soft but very clear sound was transmitted into Chumu's ears. Although it was invisible, Chumu could feel that the resistance under the sword dissipated instantly. He immediately dispersed the force that was thrusting forward and stopped in an instant. He displayed amazing control over his own strength. After the protective cover was broken, it suddenly disappeared. A circular disc appeared in front of Chumu. That compass was suspended more than a meter above the ground. It was motionless and emitted a very unique aura fluctuation. Chumu observed for a moment and didn't find anything unusual. He then covered the compass with his soul force. With a roll, the compass fell into his hand. This compass was about the size of an adult's open palm. It was green in color and covered with black veined patterns. The veined patterns were twisted and intertwined in an intricate manner. It looked chaotic and disorderly. In the end, they all converged at the center and condensed into a single point. That single point seemed to be the starting point of the countless lines. It also seemed to be the ending point, forming an endless cycle. As he looked at it, Chu felt that the lines were difficult to straighten out. Moreover, his consciousness seemed to be sucked into it. He felt a little dizzy. He was sure that if a person's soul wasn't strong enough, they would definitely feel dizzy if they looked at it a few more times. One had to know that Chumu's soul was so strong that the average first refinement, peerless master might not be comparable to it. What kind of treasure is this? Chumu thought to himself. He was sure that this compass was a treasure, but he didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Its aura is mysterious. It should be a spiritual treasure. Let me refine it and see. With that, Chumu sat in the small cave and began to refine the compass he had just obtained. The most common way to refine a treasure was to drip blood on it. However, when the blood dripped, the compass didn't absorb it. The blood lotus failed. Fortunately, Chumu had another refining method, which was to refine it with the power of his spirit. The power of his spirit surged out and instantly ignited. It turned into a spirit fire and enveloped the compass, burning it fiercely. Under the burning spirit fire, strands of spirit power seeped into the compass bit by bit. The strands of spirit power that entered the compass first entered the center of the compass, either the starting point or the ending point. Once the center was filled, it began to advance towards every line in all directions. There were far too many lines. The amount of spirit power required was also very large. Gradually, Chumu's face turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a pill to recover his spiritual energy and consumed it. Although the pill was rare and precious, he had no choice but to do so in the current situation. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been for naught. Moreover, the compass that required so much spiritual energy to refine was definitely an extraordinary treasure. A single elixir restored most of Chumu's spirit power. He continued to pour it in. However, there were far too many lines. With the injection of spirit power, wherever the spirit power passed, the lines lit up little by little. Chumu understood that only by filling all the lines of the compass with spirit power could he truly refine the compass. Soon dawn arrived. Sha Nong went up the mountain and came to the cliff again. However, he didn't find Chumu's figure. He looked down the cliff. It was a little dark below. With his eyesight, he could only vaguely see some things. However, he could see that the original dozen or so green fruits were gone. Those fruits were probably picked by Big Brother. However, did Big Brother leave, or did he fall down the cliff? Sha Nong looked carefully. Although it was vague, he didn't see any corpse. Sha Nong felt that Big Brother should have left after picking the fruits. That Big Brother is probably not an ordinary person. Otherwise, how would he dare to climb down the cliff and pick the fruits? Sha Nong muttered. He wasn't angry at all. He turned and left. Today, he had to go to some other places to pick fruits. Sha Nong was a simple person. He didn't think about anything else. In the blink of an eye, the sun set and night fell. Chumu was still refining. He had already taken the fourth elixir to restore spirit power, but he still hadn't finished refining the compass. The more it was like this, the brighter Chumu's eyes became. This compass must be an extraordinary treasure. Refining, 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 continuously refining. In the blink of an eye, the night faded and a new day came. This is the last elixir. Chumu thought, if he still couldn't refine the compass after taking this elixir, the consequences would be very serious. However, Chumu felt that the compass had entered the final refining process. Perhaps he could succeed. When the last trace of spirit power was exhausted, the end of the lines on the compass lit up at the same time. However, Chumu fell into a coma. The spirit flame on the compass was extinguished. The compass also trembled and turned into a dot of light. It entered Chumu's forehead. The trembling, primordial spirit that was about to be damaged immediately stabilized. The sun rose and the moon set. Night and day alternated. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Chumu's eyelids trembled and he woke up. However, as he had just woken up. There was still some confusion in his eyes. However, it quickly receded and was replaced by a flicker of light. Waves of weakness came from the spiritual world. With a thought, Chumu knew what was going on. The spirit power he had used to refine the compass had only recovered a little. His consciousness sank into the spiritual world to take a look. A compass occupied the center of the spiritual world, which was also the top of his primordial spirit's head. Countless threads stretched out from the compass. The threads crisscrossed and stretched out in all directions. They were faintly discernible, and if one took a closer look, they would find that they were the same as the lines on the compass. The compass was at the center. It was like a starting point and also like an end point. Looks like it's been refined. I wonder what kind of treasure this compass is. Muttering to himself, Chumu's consciousness suddenly approached the compass. When it came into contact with it, there was a feeling of harmony. This was because the compass had been completely refined by Chumu. It had become his and was residing in his spiritual world. When his consciousness entered the compass, waves of information also emerged from the depths of the compass and flowed into Chumu's consciousness. This allowed Chumu to know the name of this compass. What kind of treasure was it? What kind of effects did it have? The novel, The Lone God of the Way of the Sword, will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry! Chapter 1906. The Apotheosis Compass. It was a very resounding name, and its various effects were indeed worthy of such a name. The Apotheosis Compass had a total of 4 effects. The first effect was to shield Chumu's whereabouts, making it impossible for others to deduce his whereabouts. Previously, Chumu had been hunted down because his whereabouts had been deduced. Even though it was not 100% accurate, it was at least 60% to 80% accurate. It felt as if someone had located him, and his whereabouts had been leaked. No matter where he went, he could be attacked. It was not good. Now that he had refined the Apotheosis Compass and shielded himself from the heavens, he would no longer be deduced by others. Of course, there was a limit to the shielding of the heavens. However, Chumu vaguely understood that only a holy emperor level of deduction could break through the shielding of the Apotheosis Compass. This was undoubtedly a very important and rare effect for Chumu. The second effect was to stabilize the spiritual world. From the Apotheosis Compass, there were faintly discernible lines that crisscrossed, like the reflections of the lines on the Apotheosis Compass. They came into contact with the barrier of the spiritual world, locked in and entrenched. Like the roots of a large tree, they firmly took root, causing the spiritual world to seem to have a center and become even more stable and resilient. After refining the Apotheosis Compass and entering the spiritual world, Chumu could feel that the stability of his spiritual world had increased by at least 10 times. Perhaps when he was attacked by the heavenly judgment, if he had the Apotheosis Compass guarding his spiritual world would not have suffered any obvious damage and would not have been sealed. However, that was in the past. If that had not happened, Chumu would not have come here and obtained the Apotheosis Compass. Perhaps it was true that one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune in the future. The third effect was to release the God-sealing light. This was a type of light, and its function was to imprison the target's mental world. Thinking about it, once the mental world was imprisoned, the power within the mental world would not be able to be used. This meant that the 6 senses would be severely affected, and their senses would become sluggish. Their reactions would decrease, and their strength would decrease. The third effect was extremely ferocious, so it had obvious limitations. The stronger one's spiritual world was, the shorter the duration of the imprisonment, and the less obvious the effects would be. Moreover, using the God-sealing light to imprison the target's spiritual world would consume a large amount of the user's spiritual energy. The fourth effect was called the God sealing domain. Domain was the ultimate form of the God sealing light. However, with Chu Mu's current strength, it was impossible for him to use it. However, during the initial refinement, the first and second effects would naturally take effect. As for the other two effects, they would need to be further refined before they could be used one by one. Even if I can't use the fourth effect, the first three are enough for me. Chu Mu thought to himself, since I have the apotheosis compass to stabilize my spiritual world, then I'll take this opportunity to refine the pseudo-heavenly energy in my spiritual world and integrate it into the central sword shadow. In the depths of Chu Mu's mind, in the center, there was a sword shadow floating in the air. The Heaven's Might sword style was comprehended from this sword shadow. Refine. The sword shadow trembled under Chu Mu's will and released a wave of power. It immediately entered the spiritual world and flew toward the pseudo-heavenly energy. Sure enough, as Chu Mu had expected, the pseudo-heavenly energy did not seem to have any movements. But when Chu Mu was about to refine it, it immediately erupted with an astonishing power. It was like the wrath of the heavens, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and judging everything that dared to blaspheme it. At this moment, the pseudo-heavenly energy that was like smoke and mist was surrounded by countless electric arcs. The power was filled with a destructive aura as if it had transformed into a heavenly Tao azure dragon. The terrifying power rushed in all directions, attacking Chu Mu's primordial spirit and sword soul, attacking everything in the spiritual world, and then attacking the barrier of the spiritual world. However, with the apotheosis compass holding down the fort, the spiritual world was 10 times more stable. Although the power of the pseudo-heavenly energy was shocking, under the impact, it was unable to shake the strengthened spiritual world. All the power was resisted. Seeing this, Chu Mu immediately heaved a sigh of relief and wholeheartedly refined it. The pseudo-heavenly energy that had lost its source was like duckweed in the water. No matter how strong it was, it could not last for long. Under Chu Mu's determined refinement, it was stripped away bit by bit and merged with the sword image. The sword image was first comprehended by the heavenly sword saint from the broken sword. That broken sword was said to be the divine sword of the heavenly path sword sect from the ancient times. Afterwards, the sword image was merged with the other sword images comprehended from the forest of 10,000 sword steels of the true God sword sect. It slowly solidified from an illusory state. It was covered in sword-way runes that were extremely profound and mysterious. The various sword moves that Chu Mu comprehended were inseparable from it. Like a tug of war, the pseudo-heavenly energy was constantly refined. There was less and less of it, and its power weakened. On the other hand, Chu Mu's sword image became more and more solid. The sword-way runes that represented the heavenly might sword style became brighter and brighter. When the pseudo-heavenly energy was completely refined, the sword-way runes of the heavenly might sword style became much brighter than before. The power of the heavenly might sword style will definitely increase by a lot. In that case, I'll change it to the great heavenly might sword style, Chu Mu muttered to himself. It's a pity that the pseudo-heavenly energy is too little. Otherwise, the power of the heavenly might sword style could be increased even more. It could even be refined into other sword moves to increase their power. If there's enough of it, I can even completely solidify the sword image. After muttering to himself, Chu Mu did not dwell on it. After all, being able to recover and obtain a treasure like the God sealing compass was already a great gain. Refining the pseudo-heavenly energy and strengthening the heavenly might sword style to become the great heavenly might sword style was already an additional gain. It was not to say that the heavenly might sword style was more powerful than the heavenly assassination and earthly calamity sword style. In fact, the heavenly assassination and earthly calamity sword style was the most powerful move among the sword moves that Chu Mu had mastered. However, the heavenly might sword style was more suitable to be infused with the pseudo-heavenly energy. This was due to the characteristics of the heavenly might sword style itself. It was like the wrath of the heavens and was extremely majestic. Perhaps the power of the great heavenly might sword style would not be inferior to the heavenly assassination and earthly calamity sword style. It's time to leave. Chu-mu walked out of the small temporary cave and looked up at the sky. It was late at night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was really a good day. But before I leave, I have to go back first. The so-called go back referred to the place where he had stayed for a few months. It was a temporary home in the fishing village. He was going back to bid farewell. Without any pretense, Chu-mu turned into a sword light and shot straight up into the sky. Then, with a smooth turn, he streaked across the sky and quickly left. No one knew that Chu-mu had recovered from his injuries and cultivation in this remote place. Moreover, he had obtained a treasure, and his strength had increased slightly. After his cultivation had recovered, the speed of sword flight was extremely fast. The journey that would have taken 10 days was covered in a short moment. Soon, Chu-mu arrived in the sky above the fishing village. It was late at night. The fishing village was quiet. Under the shroud of darkness, the fishermen had all fallen asleep. Chu-mu descended from the sky and landed outside Zhang Xiaohuan's door. At the same time, the door opened and Zhang Xiaohuan walked out with a lantern in her hand. "Brother Chu, you're back!" Zhang Xiaohuan called out joyfully. "Yeah, I'm back to bid farewell." Chu-mu naturally understood Zhang Xiaohuan's intentions. However, he would not accept it. Since that was the case, he might as well be direct. Zhang Xiaohuan was stunned. Then she forced a smile and said, "Brother Chu, are you leaving? Why don't you wait until tomorrow?" "No need. I've already spent a lot of time recovering here," Chu-mu said. Then he waved his hand and 4 beams of green light shot out. One entered Zhang Xiaohuan's body, while the other 3 entered Zhang Xiao and her parents. They hid in their bodies and slowly released weak auras. "Goodbye." With that, Chu-mu turned into a sword light and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night. Zhang Xiaohuan hurriedly took a few steps away. Looking at the sword light that had vanished, her eyes became hazy with tears. She knew that Brother Chu was no ordinary person, which was why she had never dared to say anything. To Chu-mu, parting like this was only a small interlude in his life. It was like a tiny wave in the ocean. Before he left, the 4 beams of green light that he shot out with a life force of the origin of the wood form. After being compressed by him, they were hidden in the bodies of Zhang Xiaohuan and her family. Imperceptibly, it would improve their bodies, strengthen their life force, and extend their lifespans. Even if they were injured, as long as it was not fatal, they would be able to recover at a speed several dozen times faster than before. To ordinary people, obtaining superhuman strength was not a good thing. On the other hand, a stronger body and a longer lifespan would bring about better changes after they were born. When they went out to sea to fish, it would be safer and they would be able to reap greater rewards. In this way, they would be able to repay the debt of saving Chu-mu's life. Perhaps many years later, when Chu-mu reminisced, he would be able to find this past from the corner of his memory. In those short few months, there was a rare peace and tranquility, and there was also that charming and smiling girl in his memory. The sword light broke through the night and flew into the sky above the ocean, heading towards the endless sea. Chu-mu still did not know where this place was. He had to find the others as soon as possible to understand the situation and their location. Only then could he return and proceed according to his previous plan. They flew and flew and flew. Gradually, the darkness of the night changed and faded away. Traces of gray appeared, followed by the arrival of dawn. After flying continuously for most of the night, with Chu-mu's amazing speed, he did not know how many miles he had flown. At a glance, all he could see was seawater. The vast ocean was boundless, and there was no end in sight. There was also no land in sight. His soul power spread out and permeated, but he could only sense seawater. In a place like this, It was easy to lose one's sense of direction because there was no way to distinguish between the north and south. At this time, Chumu could only feel that from afar there seemed to be traces of a vast and mighty aura, blowing with the sea breeze. The novel, The Lone God of the Way of the Sword, will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account, Dread, and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 1907. The calm surface of the sea was blue and incomparably deep. It was like a huge blue gemstone embedded in the ground. Suddenly, as if the water was boiling, bubbles gradually emerged from the bottom, breaking the calm. The seawater began to boil, and the sound of the bubbles gradually became louder and louder, spreading in all directions. The seawater within a radius of a few hundred miles began to boil, and countless white waves emerged from the bottom, rushing up. It seemed that something was emerging from the bottom of the sea. That thing was huge. Wisps of powerful aura were spreading out from the bottom of the countless boiling white waves, gradually spreading in all directions. Boom! 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 Intense sounds of wind breaking came from afar, and one figure after another appeared. They were either sword-light, flying birds, or other flying treasures, rushing over from afar. Sure enough, my calculations were correct. The underwater palace is about to appear. A middle-aged man sitting on a green flying bird with a sharp beak stared at the boiling seawater, his face full of excitement. This was an opportunity. My opportunity is here. The opportunity to break through is here. A black-robed old man with his hands behind his back stared at the boiling seawater, as if he could see through it to see the huge thing gradually emerging from the bottom. His eyes were filled with excitement, and his pupils were trembling. More and more lights flashed, rapidly approaching, indicating that more and more people were rushing over from afar. Soon, more than 20 people stopped in the sky and looked down. Gradually, a sharp object appeared from the boiling white waves. It was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sea and pointing to the sky, gradually rising up. Immediately, the boiling of the seawater intensified by several times, and a black shadow appeared in the white waves. The top of a palace gradually rose up as it emerged from the bottom of the sea. Not long after, half of the palace rose up and appeared on the surface of the sea. It did not stop there and continued to rise. There were already more than 50 cultivators who had rushed over. Their eyes were burning with excitement as they stared at the palace, and their breathing became rapid. There was an opportunity in this palace, and it was called fortune. Ha 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 ha! This palace has finally appeared in the world. Since this sovereign has encountered it, this is this sovereign's opportunity, this sovereign's good fortune. An incomparably domineering voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. The rumbling roar shook the 50-plus people, causing their expressions to change. At the same time, they were inwardly furious, but at the same time, they were also incomparably fearful because they had all heard this domineering voice before. Immediately, a figure appeared in their minds. Thunder rumbled in the sky as lightning raged. Following that, a figure descended like a bolt of black lightning. An extremely overbearing aura spread in all directions, filling the void. Under the pressure, the 50 people all felt their bodies become heavy, and they felt a slight numbness all over their bodies. Lightning devil supremacy, if you want this fortune, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand. It was peerlessly sharp, and a single word seemed capable of slicing through everything in the world. When it entered the ears of everyone, it instantly caused their souls to tremble, while traces of pain suffused their entire bodies, and it was as if their bodies were being sliced into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Lan Jiansheng, this sovereign wants to see if the sword in your hand is sharper or this sovereign's devil lightning is more tyrannical. Lightning devil supremacy coldly laughed, tyrannical in the heavens and earth. A tall figure clad in black battle armor stood in the void, like a giant standing between the heavens and earth. Above his head, a black thundercloud gathered and rotated. Countless pitch-black lightning bolts shuttled back and forth like black dragons, emitting a shocking aura of destruction. This person was none other than Lightning Devil Supremacy, a supreme expert at the peak of the 9-star Saint Realm. His strength far surpassed ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm experts. There was once a record of him instantly killing a few ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm experts with a single move. He was one of the supreme experts in this sea region. Opposite Lightning Devil Supremacy was the person controlling the sword light. He wore a long green robe with a silver sword imprinted on it. It was vivid and lifelike, emitting a shocking sharpness. In his eyes there was a silver sword imprint that was incomparably sharp. With a single glance, it was as if a sharp sword was slicing through everything, causing one's heart to turn cold. Lan Jiansheng, a supreme expert of the Sword Dao, the third sword seat of the solitary sword sect. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 9-star Saint Realm, but his true strength far surpassed ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm experts. He once used the strength of a sword to kill a peak 9-star Saint Realm sea beast. One had to know that the sea beast's body was huge, and its physique was incomparably shocking. The blood chi energy and sea beast energy contained within its body was boundless and boundless. A peak 9-star Saint Realm sea beast strength was more than 100 times stronger than an ordinary peak 9-star Saint Realm human. However, it was killed by a single sword strike from Lan Jiansheng. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. Lightning Devil Supremacy was a lone cultivator, while Lan Jiansheng belonged to the Solitary Sword sect. The Solitary Sword sect was one of the top sects in the sea region. There were only 2 sects that could be mentioned in the same breath as them. The first 50-plus people who arrived were like frosted eggplants, wilting. They only felt that the fortune before them had nothing to do with them. Lightning Devil Supremacy released his aura without restraint. It was as if a devil thunder had descended upon the world. Lan Jiansheng was not afraid at all. A shocking sharpness emerged from his body like an invisible sword, shocking the world. The invisible yet powerful aura collided. The pressure was incomparably unbearable. The huge palace finally flew up from the bottom of the sea. Its full appearance was revealed to everyone's ears. Numerous blazing gazes fell on it, but soon after their gazes dimmed. According to the current situation, they didn't seem to have any chance to enter the palace and seize the fortune. Since that was the case, no matter how good the fortune was, what did it have to do with them? The palace continued to fly up and finally stopped 1,000 meters above the sea. 5-colored brilliance circulated, firmly protecting the palace. Everyone could feel that the power contained in the 5-colored brilliance wasn't something they could break. It was a power that had surpassed the Saint Realm. Even if Lan Jiansheng and Lightning Devil Supremacy went all out, they didn't have the confidence to break through it. They could only wait for it to dissipate. The 2 of them stared at the palace with blazing eyes. As far as they knew, this palace was left behind by a peerless expert tens of thousands of years ago. There might be the inheritance of that peerless expert in it. If they could obtain the inheritance, they would have the chance to step into the ranks of the peerless experts, surpassing the Saint Realm. That's right. Lan Jiansheng and Lightning Devil Supremacy's cultivation base had already reached their limits. There was no way for them to improve further. The next step was to break through their current realm and reach a higher level. It was a kind of metamorphosis, a metamorphosis of strength, a metamorphosis of the realm. Unfortunately, they didn't have the corresponding cultivation method, nor could they find the corresponding opportunity. They couldn't advance further. Right now, there was an opportunity. The others had also come here with the same thought. As long as they could obtain the inheritance in the palace, they would have the chance to step into the ranks of the peerless experts, becoming the pinnacle existence in the sea region. Above the palace, the boiling seawater gradually calmed down, returning to its previous tranquility like a mirror. At this moment, the calm sea surface rippled again. A black shadow appeared silently under the sea surface. Compared to the palace in the sky, no one noticed it. Suddenly, the black shadow rapidly became clear, gradually turning from black to red. The surrounding seawater also seemed to be dyed with a faint layer of red. Suddenly, a monstrous, baleful aura erupted from under the seawater. As the huge figure soared into the sky, thousands of tons of seawater also soared into the sky, as if it was about to shatter the dome of heaven. Boom! 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 The deafening sound startled everyone. Even Lan Jiansheng and the Thunder Devil Reverend were startled as they looked over. They saw a blood-red figure looming amidst the huge, white waves that soared into the sky. The baleful aura it emitted was endless, and its ferocious might was earth-shattering. Thousands of tons of seawater fell with a loud, rumbling sound. A terrifying storm swept out in all directions, causing the 50 Oversaint realm experts to tremble. They had to circulate their energy to stabilize themselves from being blown away. Although Lan Jiansheng and Lightning Devil Supremacy didn't move, their faces were solemn. When all the seawater fell, countless waves rolled out, crashing in all directions. That huge blood-red figure also appeared before everyone's eyes. Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with horror. It was 100 zhang long, and its entire body was blood-red. Its sawtooth emitted a chilling light, as if it could crush the heavens and earth with a single bite. Its huge eyes were filled with baleful aura and coldness. Its gaze seemed to contain hell itself. The fins on its back were like swords that could slice the sky apart. "Blood, Jade, Emperor Shark!" a Saint Realm expert exclaimed. It seemed to ignite the fear in everyone's heart, and it spread like a virus. "You still recognize this king. You're qualified to be my food." The gigantic, ferocious, blood-red shark rolled its eyes and immediately fixed them on the face of the person who had spoken. Its ferocious gaze caused the person's face to change drastically. All the blood drained from his face, and his entire body trembled. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his body went numb. Even his blood could not flow. No. A shriek rang out from his mouth, and his strength erupted in an instant. He turned into a ray of light and rapidly flew away. However, a strange scene appeared. That ray of light didn't fly away, but flew towards the 100 zhang long blood-red shark. The blood-red shark slightly opened its mouth, and the ray of light directly entered its mouth. A slight chewing sound was heard, and it made everyone's hair stand on end, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. That person was eaten just like that. One should know that that person had the strength of a middle 9-star Saint Realm expert, but he was like an ant in front of the blood-red shark. He didn't have the slightest strength to resist and was easily killed. Lan Jiansheng and Lightning Devil Supremacy's faces became extremely ugly, and traces of fear grew in their hearts.